You're watching Naleo TV.
Julie.
Good morning, everyone. May I ask for attendance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Ian Sanderson, appearing on behalf of the applicant, University of Hawaii at Hilo. With me today as co-counsel is Tim Lui Kwan. Also seated at the table with us is Dr. Gunter Hasinger, Director of the Institute for Astronomy and with the University of Hawaii.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Luli appearing on behalf of petitioner Kihoi.
Good morning, Ms. Aluli.
Good morning, Judge Vano. My name is Deborah Ward.
Good morning, Ms. Ward. Ms. Pishota. Ms. Pishota. Just wanted to note that you're here. Okay, good morning.
Clarence Kukalkai Ching, present, Your Honor, pro se.
Good morning, Mr. Ching. Case Ohana. Aloha. Thank you, Ms. Case. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ross Shinyama and Douglas Ng for TMT International Observatory.
Good morning, Mr. Shinyama. And then we have Harry Fergerstrom. Good morning, Mr. Fergerstrom. Mr. Fergerstrom, may I ask you, while we're doing the attendance, if you don't mind, did you receive the hard copies that you asked for?
No, but I've been told by the university I'll have them by noon.
Do you have all the hard copies from everyone else?
Most of them, yes, with the exception of university.
So the UH has represented to you that you will have all the hard copies by noon?
Yes, is that correct? Or right around there.
Okay. And so we're able to move forward.
Well, we'll be able to move forward, but you have to understand where I'm just getting it. So having to review these things as we're going along is going to be a little difficult. I probably will object to any kind of thing.
I'm sure
putting it-
you know by now the process is not that you have to review everything because
No, but-
even I haven't done that.
Yeah.
We have to do it as it comes up. So
But it's
hopefully
likely I will object to any putting it into evidence.
Please let
until
us know.
I get a chance. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mehana Kihoi. Good morning.
Aloha no kako,
Aloha.
mehana kihoi.
CM Kanuha. CM Kanuha. Not present. Joseph Kamara. Joseph Kamara. Not present. PUEO.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lincoln Ashida representing PUEO. Present also is Keahi Warfield and Richard Ha. Good morning.
Good morning. Jennifer Sleightholm.
Good morning, Leina'ala Sleightholm.
Good morning. Mailani Lee. Mailani Lee. Not present. For Temple of Lono. Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lanny Sinkin for the Temple of Lono, accompanied by Tahuna Frank Nobriga.
Thank you, Mr. Sinkin. Kaliko Kanaele. Mr. Kanaele, can you say something so we can record your presence? Thank you. Good morning. Stephanie Tabata. Stephanie Tabata. Not present. Tiffany Kakalia. Tiffany Kakalia. Not present. Glenn Keela. Glenn Keela. Not present. Dwight Vicente. Good morning, Mr. Vicente. Brannon Kealoha. Good morning. Cindy Freitas.
Good morning. I have a question. Are we going to do a little bit housekeeping this morning?
Like what? I was hoping to.
I wanted to revise my direct written testimony if I can. I just need to revise it.
I wonder if we could do that at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Perfect.
That's the kind of thing we
Thank
can
you.
take care of. Thank you very much. Remind me now. And William Freitas.
Aloha nui kako, William Freitas, present, pro se.
Aloha.
I have my pre-hearing statement.
Great.
Can I turn it in now?
If you can give it to Mr. Kane, perhaps on the recess.
Okay.
No problem. And also, Mr. Freitas, you know, you had to go to work last Thursday for a few hours, so
Yes.
I hope you don't mind, but Mrs. Freitas was able to, by proxy, speak for you on a couple things.
Oh, but I still get to cross-examine, right?
I don't want to tell you what she committed you to.
Oh, okay. What did she commit me to?
I think you'll be fine.
It's not the first time. Thank you.
She's fine. I mean,
Okay.
you're fine too.
Mahalo.
All right. Yes.
Kaho'okahi Kanua is on his way.
Mr.
He's,
Kanu-
yeah, he was in traffic on Saddle Road.
Wait, this is Mr. Kanuha.
Yeah. CM Kanuha.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And you know, if you could let us know when he comes so that we can
I'll
note
tell him
his.
to come up. Thank you.
That'd be great. Mr. Sanderson,
As a preliminary matter, Your Honor, we would like to object for the record to late filings or submissions that we say have come in the last 24 hours. In particular, Debbie Ward's filing of exhibits and pre-hearing statements, written direct testimony, and witness lists by Mr. Kanuha.
okay, I'm not aware of what came in the last 24 hours because I don't check the documents library till the morning, so if it would not have been uploaded, I don't think, but I didn't check.
Yes.
Everything I did was last night, kind of late.
Hey, we'd like to make our objection for the record.
I wonder if we can take that up in the afternoon at 4 o'clock when we deal with other matters coming up.
Most certainly.
And for Mr. Freitas, I allowed him to file his pre-hearing statement today, so that's not an issue, right?
That is correct. He showed good cause.
Yes, yes. So we'll take up the exhibits that you're objecting to and whether or not there's good cause for being late. And also Ms. Freitas has a request to change her redirect testimony, that sort of thing. We'll do that at 4 o'clock today.
Yes.
All right. And is there anything else?
No, we are ready to proceed with putting Mr. White back up.
Okay. So if we can get Perry White. Perry White. Oh. Good morning. Okay, good morning, Mr. White. Thank you for returning.
Thank you for having me back. Good morning.
And I'd like to remind you that the testimony you're going to continue to give will remain under the oath you took earlier to tell the truth. Do you agree?
I totally agree, yes.
All right, thank you. And I think we were just finished with Mr. Kamara. So we pick up with PUEO.
Morning, Mr. White.
Good morning.
Morning, Judge. May I begin?
Yes, please.
Mr. White, I'm trying to understand exactly your role in this process. You were hired by the Carl Smith firm, is that correct?
Carl Smith on behalf of the University of Hawaii. Yes.
And what specifically was your job? What were you asked to do?
Our job was to help assemble the Conservation District Use Permit application.
And in order to do that, I need to understand what specific documents or things that you review or gather for that purpose.
We reviewed a wide variety of materials from the Mauna Kea Master Plan from 2000, for the Comprehensive Management Plan from Mauna Kea, all of the sub-plans to that, and the final EIS for that, and all of the, as part of that, there were many other reports were included in those documents.
And did you solely put this report together, or did you have others working at your, under your command?
No, we had other people besides myself at Planning Solutions. We also consulted with some of the specials, archaeologists, for example, who had put together some of those materials.
And in addition to the items that you just recited on the record just now, anything else that you reviewed?
Certainly the information that TMT had provided in terms of their management plans, if they were granted a permit, that's in there as well.
Now, last week when we were here, there was some discussion, and I wasn't quite following this, but there was some discussion about you mentioning TIO in your report or your direct testimony versus TMT. What was that? Could you explain that further? Because I wasn't following that.
Yeah. The question had to do with the reference to TIO in my testimony and the reference to TMT in the application. And I did my best at the time to explain that. I think I can refer us all to material that's in the application that does probably a better job of that. So in section 1.2 of the application, and I think the best thing for me to do here is just to quote from this, if you don't mind.
Sure.
It's not very long. The TMT project is currently a partnership among the TMT Observatory Corporation, TMT, the University of California, the California Institute of Technology, and the Association of Canadian Universities for Research in Astronomy. The National Astronomical Observatory of Japan is a collaborator and potential partner in the National Astronomical Observatories of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and India's Department of Science and Technology are observers and potential partners in the TMT project as well. So at the time we were preparing the application, we had some certain partners in this project and some potential partners. And my understanding is that TIO is sort of the amalgam when those potential partners became actual partners.
Right. Now, I just have two more questions, two more areas I just need some clarification on. Do you have Exhibit A31 in front of you?
Which one is that?
A31 is the 8.8 criteria. I think that was up last week.
Yes, and I brought it back today, so.
All right. Can you put that up there so everybody can take a look?
Yes.
Now, the bottom line, Mr. White, the bottom line is based on your opinion and based upon what the work that you were contracted to do in this case. Does the project meet the 8 criteria?
As I indicated in my direct testimony, I believe it does.
Why does it meet the 8 criteria?
Let me try to go through that. It takes a little bit of time, but I think it's worth it. The first one of the 8 criteria is the proposed land use is consistent with the purpose of the conservation district. And I think that it is. The purpose of the conservation district is to conserve, protect, and preserve the important natural resources through appropriate management. So this is not something where there's no use. Its uses are allowed with appropriate management. The proposal complies with the board-approved comprehensive management plan for Mauna Kea and all of the subplans that have been also approved by the board for that. And that
Mr. Ching?
I have problems with this.
Can't hear.
What is your objection?
He has been hired by...
Sir, maybe I can ask you to get the microphone because it sounds like you want to explain something.
Mr. White has been, or his firm has been hired by the university. The university is the applicant in this process. In a way, he's sort of like an agent of the university, and I find it not very good for an agent of the university, the applicant, to be saying to this hearing that he thinks the 8 criteria have been satisfied.
Mr. Ching, that's part of his direct testimony. It's subject to cross-examination, which you did, and it goes to the weight of the evidence. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Ashida, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. White, where did you leave off?
I left off talking about the various things that have been approved by the board. I was talking about the subplans, the TMT management plan, which commits TMT to management activities and is consistent with all of those other previously approved plans. I also think that it's consistent with the advice and direction that was given in the 2000 master plan for Mauna Kea, which was not board approved, but which covers the proposed uses within the observatory precinct at the summit. The board has approved all of the existing observatories, and I think that this is entirely consistent with the purpose of the conservation district. Moving on to the second one of those is whether or not it meets the objectives of the subzone. And as I talked in my testimony, it is in the resource subzone of the conservation district. And there's a hierarchy of subzones, which I also mentioned. So at the very most restrictive of those is the protective subzone. The objectives of that are to protect valuable natural and cultural resources in designated areas. It's not in the protective subzone. The NAR right next to it is. So people were looking at this situation, deciding which subzone was appropriate, decided not to put the university lands that the university is now leasing within that, and so the Mauna Kea Science Reserve. The next one down in the hierarchy is the limited subzone. And there it's to limit uses where natural conditions suggest constraints on human activities. It's not in the limited subzone. It's in the resource subzone. And if you look at what the purpose of the resource subzone is, you find that astronomy facilities are, with an approved management plan, are identified uses. And so I think that, in fact, it's entirely consistent with the objectives of the conservation district as subzone that it's in. The third one of those is whether or not it complies with the provisions and the guidelines contained in Chapter 205. So that has to do with coastal zone management. And again, we found that it is. Many of the objectives that are on the coastal zone management program parallel those in the conservation district, and I've already talked in some detail about that. And by those I'm referring to things such as scenic resources, historic things, open space, recreation. I believe that the proposed project does not have any, is entirely consistent with what the objectives are for the conservation district there. The Mauna Kea Science Reserve is outside of the areas, the special management area and the shoreline setback areas, which were designated for most intensive management under the coastal zone management program. And there's no mechanism that I have seen through which the project would have significant effect on water quality, coastal ecosystems, and the other things that the coastal zone management program was intended to manage. Moving to the fourth of those items, the proposed land use will not cause substantial adverse impact to existing natural resources in the surrounding area, community, or region. And there, I believe that that is in fact the case for this project. There has been an EIS performed for it from which we drew. And I think it's important to remember that the proposal will alter 5 acres directly, and then the access roads another 3.8 acres, about half of which has already been disturbed within the 525 acre observatory precinct and the 11,000 acre Mauna Kea Science Reserve. So we're talking about something that occupies a small area. It's located where the 2000 master plan said future observatories of this type, if they were to be constructed on Mauna Kea, should go. So people were looking around trying to follow the guidance that was out there. It provides funds for continuation enhancement of comprehensive management program activities, and those are important because they are designed to improve the situation, the environmental situation on Mauna Kea. They're part of the sort of, I'll call it the uptick in management that started, I would say, with the Mauna Kea master plan in 2000, has intensified ever since with the successive adoption of more and more controls over that. The proposal provides funds because it's nice to have ideas, but it's also good to have funds to carry out the management activities. So I think that, you know, having this project and the flow of funds that will come from it will allow better management of those areas. It provides for workforce training. It provides for decommissioning and removal. So we're talking about something that says, I'm not doing something on the mountain that is entirely permanent, forever, irreversible. Some things are, you will never return it to exactly as it is, but with a decommissioning plan, there is a commitment to go as far back towards the original natural condition as possible. So I think that it is entirely consistent with that.
Yes, Ms. Freitas.
There is living things in that area that is a threat, according to the EIS. That comes under the endangered species as well as a threat.
Okay, so what is your objection?
Objecting to number 4, what he said, the impacts to the state.
Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection, but when you have an opportunity to cross-examine this witness, you're certainly able to ask him a question about that. All right, thank you, Ms. Freitas.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, you're at number 4 now.
And I think that I covered most of the things that are within 4 in terms of there being minimal disturbance of the area, of all of the programs that are in place to enhance the management of the mountain, to offset things, and basically not looking only at the site, but at the totality of the managed lands on the mountain. And I think in some, it's a positive step. With respect to 5, whether or not it's compatible with the existing uses and the surrounding area, appropriate to the physical conditions and capabilities of the specific parcel or parcels. Again, I believe that the evidence shows that it is. It's in the astronomy precinct. There are many similar facilities that are already there, have been the subject of previous approved conservation district use permits. So this is not establishing a new use in a pristine area. It is adding a facility to an an area where there are already many astronomical facilities. And I wanted to, in my testimony, I also pointed out that not only is the proposal to add facilities, there's a proposal to decommission facilities as well. So I've spoken in the past about the balance between these things, and I think that the university in its proposal is covering both sides of that. So they are proposing to add things and also to remove things. So that removal side of it is something that started with the 2000 master plan and I think has picked up steam since then. It certainly is as I said previously, a permitted use in the resource subzone, and it's cited, so far as I can tell, in what everybody has agreed is the most appropriate location within that precinct. I haven't heard anybody saying that you really ought to put it on the summit area, and I think a real effort was made to cite this in a sensitive way, and that effort was made over a period of years. And sort of moving on to that is the question of whether or not it preserves the existing physical environmental aspects of the land, such as natural beauty and open space characteristics, and where possible improving. So, and I have previously testified that there's no doubt that this is going to be a new facility that everybody is going to see. So that's not at issue here. The point that I've tried to make is that it has been cited in the area where...
I would like to object to, I was not present on Thursday. I would assume that Mr. White has already testified to these matters. And I would object that it's probably for a narrative at this point on cross-examination.
Actually, he hasn't testified specifically. However, it's all in his direct examination, so I am going to ask that we perhaps move to a summary or something else. All right. Mr. Ashida, please.
Will do, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, so summarizing, the bottom line, do you have any doubt that any of this 8 criteria is not met?
We concluded that the criteria had been met. I believe that the staff recommendation from the Department of Land and Natural Resources found the same thing.
Right. Now, I just have one more area I want to cover. There was some mention.
Oh, excuse me. Ms. Freitas, did you want to say something?
All criteria has been met.
Okay, I know you want to ask him about that, so when your turn comes, certainly make a note and do that. Mr. Ashida, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. White, I wrote this down in my notes. Section 106 of the Federal Environmental or Historic Preservation Laws. What is that?
Actually, that's a federal thing, and I misspoke when I mentioned 106. It actually went through the state historic preservation review process, and it should, my reference should have been to Chapter 6E. So
Chapter 16.
6E.
Is it triggered by the TMT project?
No, the federal statute is not triggered by it, so that's why there was only the state review.
Right.
I would object no foundation to this witness's expertise in determining whether Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act is triggered by this.
You know, one of the things remember we had the discussion about foundation for exhibits, and also that all the testimony is in by direct. So the testimony in Mr. White's direct examination is submitted, and he does refer to these different acts. I guess I'll leave it to you, Mr. Ashida, how you want to respond to the objection as to foundation.
Well, Judge, I think last week, as you we discussed, I didn't think that that was going to be an issue. What I gathered from the court's direction was that it would go to weight and not admissibility.
Well, that's my inclination, because there are many people who have submitted a lot of direct examination by testimony, a written testimony, and also a lot of exhibits that I'm wondering how the foundations are going to be laid, but my thinking is to relax that particular requirement as far as evidence is concerned and take it as to weight. Right. So for the moment, I'm going to overrule Ms. Aluli's objection. All right.
Thank you, Judge. Based on that, I have nothing further. Mr. White, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And Ms. Sleightholm?
Aloha mai, kaho'okahi kanuha.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning.
I'm here. Aloha.
Your name?
Kaho'okahi kanuha. Mahalo.
Aloha, Mr. White.
Good morning.
I read in your written testimony that you went to the summit on October 5th of 2016. Is this correct?
Yes. Most recently. That's not the only time.
Thank you. And when you went to the summit, what did you see, smell, and hear on your visit?
I didn't smell anything that was notable. When we visited the site, I was obviously conscious of all of the astronomical facilities that were there. Things that I had not seen before were a couple of ahu that had been erected in the roadway. When I was previously there, there had not been any recent grading on the TMT site. There was when I went this time, so it updated my recollection of that area.
Thank you. So you didn't hear compressors, diesel engine noise from vehicles and generators?
Other than the vehicles that I was in, no.
So did you see, smell, or hear anything not consistent with an alpine, windswept stone desert?
I would have to say no. When I was down I'm talking about down at the TMT site.
Thank you. Did you see concrete foundations with metal rotating domes and metal shutters that could withstand 125-mile-per-hour winds?
I did see many of those up on the summit, but not on the TMT site.
So it didn't look like cinder hills, did they, up where? Is this better? So it didn't look like cinder hills up where you saw those?
I'm not sure I understand what you're...
So when I asked you if you saw rotating domes and metal shutters that could withstand those winds, they weren't just cinder cones?
No, when I looked up at where the existing observatories are, I, of course, could see those facilities.
Thank you. And you say on page 2 and 7 of your testimony that the proposed TMT would meet criteria number 4 of section 13-5-30C of the Hawaii Administrative Rules. That was correct?
This is, which one now?
It's on page 2 and 7 of your testimony that the criteria number 4 was met.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know that there are people like myself and my family that go up to the summit and the proposed TMT site to pray?
I did not know that you were one of those, but I knew that that was done, yes.
Thank you. And have you ever prayed or deeply meditated?
Yes, I have.
Would you consider it an intrusion to have to pray or deeply meditate amidst all these noises, fumes, excavation, construction, traffic on the summit at the proposed site?
You asked me a personal question, so of course you're going to get a personal answer. I actually have prayed and meditated in intensely noisy, disturbed, confusing situations. I've also done the same thing on high mountain summits where it's very quiet, or sometimes there's a lot of wind noise, but I've done it in all of those places.
So what was your answer? Was it yes or no?
My answer is that meditation is something that I personally am able to do even when there's a lot of noise and a lot of other activities.
Excuse me, Mr. White. And I think I'm asking more of personally for myself, but chanting and my kind of praying.
Just a minute, please. You want to finish your question, or?
No, I think he answered that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do not answer, please, Mr. Sanderson. All right, thank you. And Mr. White, please answer.
Could you repeat I thought the end.
No, I'm done with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
As the principal author of the CDUA, you did extensive research on the controversy over the proposal.
My focus wasn't on the controversy. My focus was on the facts, and I tried to draw them together as best as I could to present a balanced assessment that could go before first the department and then the board for consideration.
So you did do some research on the controversy?
We did not do primary research. We weren't out there looking at new things. We were reviewing all of the reports and plans that we could, trying to draw together information from that.
Thank you. And were you aware that NASA completed the first ever federal EIS conducted on Mauna Kea astronomical facilities development?
That NASA completed?
That NASA had completed the first ever federal EIS on Mauna Kea.
Not specifically.
Thank you. And were you aware that this EIS concluded the cumulative impact of the past, present, and reasonably foreseeable astronomy developments have resulted in significant adverse and substantial impacts to the cultural and natural resources?
Can you repeat that? I lost you halfway through.
Just repeat the question, please. Do not answer.
Were you aware that this EIS concluded the cumulative impact of the past, present, and reasonably foreseeable astronomy developments have resulted in significant adverse and substantial impacts to the cultural and natural resources of Mauna Kea, and that was NASA Federal Environmental Impact Statement and OHA versus Sean O'Keefe, Civil Number 02-00227, July 15th of 2003.
Mr. Sanderson?
Objection. The cross-examiner is testifying and the question is beyond the scope of Mr. White's direct.
I'm going to allow this question. It goes to the basis of his knowledge, and therefore it's challengeable as to his direct testimony.
Thank you.
Please answer if you are able.
Sure. As what we used as our principal source for the environmental impact statement was
Mr. White. Sir, just a minute. The question is, are you aware of what she described? That's your question.
I already said that I was not familiar with that document.
Thank you.
On page 13, you describe proposed noise mitigation at the site for operational noise. How about construction, vehicular noise, construction noise, excavation noise, concrete pouring noise, etc.?
When you say what about it, what specifically would you like me to address?
Well, what are the mitigations?
To the best of my knowledge, in terms of the construction noise, there are State Department of Health rules that regulate construction noise. There are vehicle noise regulations, again, at the state level. Those are all applicable.
How did you determine what would be acceptable impacts of noise, smell, visual impacts upon the community that I had identified?
We referred to plans, to regulations, to generally accepted standards in terms of trying to arrive at that and looking at the degree of change that would result from this proposed activity.
And if there were people that you had asked, who were they?
I don't know what you mean by people who we asked.
Did you ask community members, or you just referred to these accepted standards?
We used accepted standards.
Thank you. And on page 12 of your written testimony, you discuss measures being taken to meet criteria number 8, which states the proposed land use will not be materially detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Is it true that there have been documented hazardous materials such as hydraulic fluid, mercury, and sewage spilled on the Mauna from the existing telescopes?
There have been, and those were discussed in the application.
Thank you. And in your oral testimony, you mentioned a few times and in your written proper management. So I was wondering if it's true, in your opinion, that the mountain has to date been properly managed.
What I pointed out, I think, in my testimony is that I believe that proper management procedures are now in place. And I said earlier today that it's significantly different than it was in the previous century, if you want me to call it that. But the adoption of the master plan in 2000 and then the comprehensive management plan and all of the sub-plans have just radically altered the way the mountain is managed. And I believe that it's better. There are more management procedures in place on the mountain now than there are in virtually any other conservation district area in the state.
Right, but my question was, up until this point, has the mountain been properly managed?
Well, this point is now 6 years after the adoption of the Comprehensive Management Plan. I think major efforts have been made since that time and before, but more intensively since then to do that. So I have to say, I believe that everybody's doing their very best, given the resources that are available, to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Can't say more than that.
And I don't have transcripts to refer to, so I'm sorry if this had been addressed before, but I couldn't verify that, so I might repeat myself or be repeating someone else. But on page 9 of your written testimony, you state, as documented in the FEIS for the proposed TMT project, as well as table 2-1 of the CDUA, the TMT management plan, the CMP and its subplans, propose mitigation measures and management actions that will prevent substantial adverse impact to the natural resources. So isn't it true that in the FEIS page S8, it specifically states, from a cumulative perspective, the impact of past and present actions on cultural, archaeological, and historic resources is substantial, significant, and adverse. These impacts would continue to be substantial, significant, and adverse with the consideration of the project and other reasonably foreseeable future actions. So isn't it true that the impacts are already substantial, significant, and adverse before the proposed project even begins construction?
I don't have the document in front of me, so I can't confirm that that's the exact wording. I think the point that's being made is...
Excuse me, sir, you've answered the question.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Sleightholm?
So referring to the CDUA R1 figure 7.9 on page 7-14.
This is figure 7.9.
This is referred to as the overview of TMT and dome design, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it trying to illustrate?
The point that this was intended to illustrate was that every effort had been made to make the observatory structure as small as it could be, given the goal of increasing the resolution of the telescope. So just to very briefly to illustrate this, in round numbers, the largest dome on the mountain right now is about 150 feet high. This one is round number 185 feet. This increases the resolution. So we're talking about a 25–30% increase in height, and we're talking about probably a 7, 8, or 9 time increase in resolution. So people were working hard to do as well as they could with as small a thing as they could.
Thank you. At the top of the pointed structure within the dome, what is the part that extends above the apex of the frame?
Can you, I'm looking at the figure, so there's a reference to secondary mirror, but you're talking above that?
Yes.
The portions that I can see are portions of the structure needed to be able to open the dome to the sky. I'm not sure if you have a specific thing in that figure that you want me to.
Sorry. It's right where that X, kind of like that X is above the apex.
That X is on the line that's marked the pivot of the telescope.
Okay, thank you.
So that's simply to show that inside this dome, the telescope can move around, can rotate both on the vertical and the horizontal axis.
Thank you. How important is it that it has to extend above the apex of the frame?
I'm looking at the structure as it's depicted in this conceptual thing, and I would say that it couldn't be exactly there. There needs to be a structure above it to support the dome.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I think I'm referring to that little space above there, not necessarily the X. Sorry.
Well, that little space, if you look under the place where it says secondary mirror, it says a tight fit, 20 inches to reduce the size of the dome. So they've made this thing as close to the dome as they could. 20 inches is less than 2 feet.
Thank you. And so, how was it important that it had to extend above the apex of the frame, or was it important?
The 20 inches you're talking about? I think, I'm not a structural designer, but 20 inches seems a fairly tight fit for me on something of this scale. Whether it could have been.
Is it possible that it could still function if it did not extend so far above the apex of the frame?
I don't know.
If that extended part was lower to the apex of the frame, wouldn't that space now become a distance nearly twice the 20-inch distance that's shown, and thus make the situation not quite the tight fit that's noted? If it was extended.
If what was, I don't think I understand.
It's the tight fit that you're referring to. So if that was extended, or I'm sorry, if the extended part were lowered to the apex of the frame, wouldn't that space now become a distance nearly twice the 20 inches that's shown, and make the situation not quite such a tight fit?
I'm not the right guy. To me, the point to this graphic was that people were trying to keep the dome size.
Mr. White, if you know the answer to the question, please answer. If you don't know,
I don't know.
say so.
Thank you. So wouldn't that tight fit only occur between the tip of the extended part of the inside of the dome, whereas the rest of the frame would be many inches, if not many feet and meters away from the dome?
Do not answer. Mr. Sanderson.
For speculation.
Yeah, Ms. Sleightholm, this witness has already said he doesn't know and he doesn't feel qualified to answer that question. So I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move to another question, please.
So he cannot answer any questions about this tight fit area?
It doesn't sound like he knows.
Okay, thanks.
That's correct. I don't.
Sure, I didn't ask you a question.
Referring to Exhibit C3 that is entitled Mitigation Measures, Reduce the Size and Visibility of TMT.
Sorry, can you speak a little slower and clearer, please?
Referring to Exhibit C3 that is entitled Mitigation Measures, Reduce the Size and Visibility of TMT, is this the exact same drawing that we've just finished discussing, 7.9?
I'm not sure where Exhibit C3 is.
I believe this was the TIO Exhibit C3.
This is a UH witness, so he may not have all the other exhibits. If you'd like to hand him a copy, sure. And then we can all take a look at C3 because we all should have that.
So is Exhibit C3 the same as the figure 7.9 that we were just discussing?
It's definitely not identical, no.
Is your answer?
It is. The question was, is it the same? And my answer, this is what is being shown right now is not a reproduction of figure 7.9.
So it is not identical.
It's not identical.
Okay.
Thank you. As we were discussing, and I had questioned you about figure 7.9 on page 7-14, if I were to ask the same or similar questions about the current exhibit that we're looking at, would you answer these new questions the same as your prior answers?
The figure that's up here now has many things on it that were not in 7.9. So I don't feel able to directly answer your question.
Okay, so staying with this exhibit, in figure 5, that's on the left side of the page, visual impact mitigation. The figure.
So just, you're talking about the one that's up.
Yeah, the same exhibit.
Wait, figure 5 of what exhibit, please?
Oh, it's still exhibit C3, but it's just the picture on the left side of the page.
Okay.
The figure attempts to illustrate that the use of a focal ratio of, and I'm sorry if I get this right because I'm not familiar with these things, but f1.0 would result in a dome 40% shorter than if a focal ratio of f1.75 would be used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is that the only reason for the short dome for mitigation?
I don't know if that's the only reason. I know that it was one of the reasons.
And then I just have a few more. Would you agree that a shortened dome that could possibly be characterized as mitigating would also mean that the dome would not have to be built as solidly and strongly as a taller dome?
As what?
A taller dome.
Are you able, do you know the answer to this question?
I don't know.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't think he's qualified to answer that question, is what I'm hearing.
Okay, thanks. I think that's all I have because he can't answer the rest of the questions, is what you're saying. He's not qualified to answer regarding the dome.
It doesn't sound like it from his answers and from his direct testimony in writing, but there are many other witnesses coming, so there may be other witnesses more qualified to answer those questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. White.
All right. And Mr. Sinkin?
will take me just a moment to get set up, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. White.
Just a minute, please.
Sorry.
While they're doing that, Your Honor, just a technical matter.
I'm not writing.
We don't have a...
Oh, she's off. Okay.
Okay, thanks, I'm good.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Sinkin.
Okay, Your Honor, I have a number of documents that I'll be referring to, and I have brought copies for everybody. And
Are they already in the documents library?
Oh, no, some of these are from outside the documents library, but I will be discussing them as relevant to his cross-examination.
Okay. Well,
So I just want to, procedurally, I have them here to distribute, so I would just ask that anyone that wants, any of the parties that want a copy, if they just raise their hand, the Tahuna will deliver them. Okay?
Okay, there's a number of hands going up.
As they come up, okay? We'll distribute them as they come up.
All right. Mr. Sanderson?
We'd like to make a standing request for all copies.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Sinkin.
Okay. Mr. White, who helped prepare your testimony for this proceeding?
There were various staff people at Planning Solutions. We talked with archaeologists. We consulted with the university in terms of what was being proposed.
Anybody else?
No, those were the people who...
Okay. Did anyone helping you prepare your testimony suggest that you replace TMT Observatory with TIO?
We were informed... I had...
Sir.
Yes. The university informed us that TIO had replaced TMT Corporation between the time we prepared the application, which is what the document is, and the time of this second hearing, contested case hearing.
Right, and a number of questions were asked the first day and some more this morning about your understanding of the relationship between TIO and TMT Observatory, right?
Yes.
I want to just clarify one point. Are you aware that both organizations still exist?
I don't know the details of that. I previously today testified as to what I was in the application and what I understood.
Okay, I have a first document, Your Honor.
have one for me? An extra one for me? Do you have an extra one for me? Or Judge probably wants one.
You keep that. I'll get one from him. Mr. Sinkin, I need one also. No, that one went to the court reporter. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sanderson.
We would object to hearsay, lack of foundation. We don't know where this document is from. We would object on hearsay, lack of foundation. This is the first time we've seen this document. We don't know whether it's from, and certainly the document would speak for itself.
Okay, Mr. Sinkin. I'm sorry? You join in the objection? You're objecting to the objection?
Motion to object to him.
Denied.
Damn.
Mr. Sinkin?
Yes, this document, Your Honor, as it indicates on its face, is from a website maintained by TMT, and it contains the TMT International Observatory's financial statements. And it's referenced at the top. With that URL, you will find this document on the web. It's not hearsay. It's a document produced by TMT International.
It absolutely is hearsay. What is the definition of hearsay, Mr. Sinkin?
Let me back up a second here.
All right.
Let me understand that in the administrative proceedings, whether hearsay is admissible.
Well, don't say it's not hearsay, right?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Right.
Yeah.
So what is your response to the objection?
My response to the objection is that hearsay is admissible in an administrative proceeding.
He objected on other grounds as well. And I note, actually, procedurally, it's not even marked. So it's really difficult because we don't have a record of this.
I'm sorry, you said when it's not even marked.
It's not marked. You know, typically you would have a document marked so that it's part of our record, and you have your exhibit identification numbers. That's how it's introduced.
So I can offer it as an exhibit. It would be L16.
I suppose, but I don't, okay, you can mark it, but then what?
Well then, okay, I have a witness who has testified about the relationship between TIO and TMT. I have a document from inside TMT that defines that relationship. I think it's relevant, I think it's material. I don't understand why this document can't be given to the witness to show him what's the real story.
Well, you've already given it to him, right?
Right.
So it's in front of him. So, Mr. Sanderson? Sir, get to the microphone, please.
We object. If these are new exhibits, they should be introduced by Mr. Sinkin's witness.
These documents are not for my witness, Your Honor. They're for the witnesses offered for cross-examination.
That's fine, but I'm not sure that the foundation you have offered is sufficient to bring in this document or to question this witness on this document. I'll allow you to set a foundation if you wish, and then during the recess you may mark this so that we can have an identification, a proper identification. But if this witness hasn't seen this, doesn't know what this is, it's unfair to ask him questions about this.
Let me ask him a couple of questions, and we'll see if it answers your
Fair
objection.
enough.
Mr. White, have you reviewed the financial statements of TMT International at any time?
No.
That's all I need, Your Honor.
So this document, what are you going to do with this?
I'm going to set it aside for now.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Mr. White, is it your testimony that the TMT project is economically sustainable?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were preparing the CDUA, your employer was Carl Smith, and the university was their client. Is that right?
Correct.
At any time when you were preparing the CDUA, did Carl Smith or the university ask you to change any of the observations or conclusions that you reached in that preparation?
They did not ask me to give specific conclusions. They asked for my professional opinion.
Right, so that wasn't my question. Did anyone ask you to change your professional opinion?
No.
Okay. Could you please define sustainable use of natural resources?
That's a use that can continue over a period of time. And when it doesn't deplete it.
On page 2 of your testimony, you quote Hawaii Administrative Rules Section 13-5-13 parentheses A close parentheses, which states that the objective of the resource subzone is to quote ensure with proper management the sustainable use of the natural resources of the area. You propose that, quote, as written, the regulations are clearly intended to allow, rather than prohibit, human use of the land within this subzone subject to appropriate management control. You're familiar with that part of your testimony?
Yes.
If a proposed use was not sustainable, then the use would be prohibited. Is that correct?
We're talking about objectives of the subzone, so that doesn't speak to prohibition. It just.
If a proposed use was not sustainable, would that fail to meet the objectives of the subzone? No,
Overruled. Sir.
No.
You may ask the question again and get an answer, please.
Okay. If a proposed use was not sustainable, you did an analysis of a given use, you found that it was not sustainable, would that use then not meet the objectives of the subzone?
These are objectives and you cannot look at this without, in my opinion, you can't look at this without looking then at the second point, which is where what's okay to do in the resource subzone is discussed, and astronomical resources are there. So I don't understand. I've given my best to answer on that.
On page 2, you quote Hawaii Revised Statute 183C-1, which states that the purpose of a conservation district is, quote, to conserve, protect, and preserve the important natural resources of the state through appropriate management and use to promote their long-term sustainability and the public health, safety, and welfare. If a proposed use did not, quote, conserve, protect, and preserve, unquote, the important natural resources affected, that use would be prohibited, would it not?
We're talking about things that are objectives.
Can you give me a yes or no to that question?
If you force a yes or no, I'd say no, that's not what this says.
And why is that not what it says?
Because these are stated as objectives. The board is the one that ultimately decides whether it's a yes or a no in conformance or not.
And if the board decided it was a not conformance, would it be prohibited?
There would be no permit issued, which would effectively prevent it from happening.
On page 2, you state that the university and TIO are both committed to conserving, protecting, and preserving.
Just where in
page 2 of your testimony?
Right. Where on the page? Just a. Okay, so that's starting at the bottom. All right. I just want to be able to follow
right,
along.
Sure, I understand. I'm sorry, I didn't give that to you. So on page 2, you state that the university and TIO are both committed to conserving, protecting, and preserving the natural resources of the state and promoting long-term sustainability of those resources, correct?
Yes.
On page 2 and continuing on page 3, you state that as discussed in the CDUA, both the university and TIO are committed to achieving these goals through management and mitigation, correct?
Where are you looking on page?
Page 2, starting at the bottom, going on to page 3.
Page 3, yes.
They're both committed to achieving the purpose through appropriate management and mitigation.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday about what mitigation means. I want to just revisit that. As I remember it, you said mitigation constitutes measures to offset harm that cannot be prevented.
Yes.
Okay. In that testimony, you used the example of a plant that might be harmed by a project being propagated somewhere else so that it would offset the loss of the plant where the project was being built.
Correct.
Right. If someone considers the TMT proposed site to be sacred, just the way it is, how would the university and TIO mitigate the harm done to that spiritual belief by the destruction of that site for purposes of building the TMT?
You're going to need to take the microphone, please.
Objection. Mr. White is not an expert in cultural or religious practices.
I'm going to overrule. If you're able to answer, answer. If not, don't say so.
Do you understand the question?
I think the answer is that I can't answer the question, probably.
I just want to be sure you understood the question. I'm making a comparison between what you said about if these plants are destroyed, we can plant other plants to offset. That would be mitigation. And I'm saying if someone looking at the site of the TMT has a belief that that site is sacred just the way it is, how would you mitigate the destruction of that site?
You would have to ask those people what they considered to be mitigation. I couldn't answer that question.
On page 6 of your testimony, let me try and see where. You state that the university and TIO will implement and support overall Mauna Kea management activities that will, quote...
Where is this on page 6? I'm sorry.
Where it talks about protecting the sustainable use of natural and cultural resources.
Just a minute.
It's right about the middle.
Sir.
Right about the middle.
Maybe when you refer to the page, if you tell him which paragraph,
Okay,
that would
sure.
be helpful.
It's the second full paragraph at the bottom. It says adherence to these plans and conditions will ensure the sustained use of the natural and cultural resources in the resource subzone.
Yes,
Right?
it says
Okay.
that.
How do you define cultural resources?
I define it as those resources that are important to the continuance of certain cultural practices.
Do traditional and customary cultural practices fall within that definition?
I think so.
Do traditional and current spiritual practices fall within that definition?
I don't know what you mean by that. So
You don't know what I mean by a spiritual practice? I think you meditate, you pray, are those spiritual?
if you mean meditate, yes, then
So do such practices that I'm terming spiritual fall within your definition of cultural resources?
you're getting outside my expertise on this.
Well, let me ask you, you've stated in many different areas of your testimony that this project will have minimal or insignificant effects on cultural practices. If you don't know what cultural practices are, how did you reach that conclusion?
Cultural practices is very broad, and what we said was that there would not be significant adverse effects on that. And there's a detailed discussion of that. If you'd like to go back through that, then we can, but
I'm trying to understand the definitions you use. Okay, we have cultural resources.
Yes.
We have cultural practices.
Yes.
We have spiritual practices.
Yes.
In your mind, are those all the same?
I know there are shades. Just to give an example to try to narrow this down, we discussed that in fact, if TMT were to be developed on the site, then any practices that may go on there at the present time could not, so long as that project were occupying the space. The area around it, it could.
Right. And given that adverse impact on the cultural or spiritual practitioners on the site, the potential one that you mentioned, how would you mitigate that?
You would have to ask the people who are affected what they would consider to be mitigation. I've heard some people say that you can't mitigate. It's for those people, there isn't anything. I can't go any further than that.
Okay. Let me apply the same term, sustainability, to those practices. Given that the CDUA tends to treat cultural... I'll rephrase the question. Should I rephrase the question or evacuate? Are we good? We'll check. There's a fire alarm.
Thank you. There's a notice to disregard the fire alarm. So, Mr. Sinkin, please continue.
Thank you. Okay, I think the question I was asking was about the use of the word sustainability.
Yes.
How would you apply the use of the word sustainability to a cultural practice?
The way I would say is that on the TMT site, which I've already said, is that while those facilities are in place, if they were to be approved and constructed, certain of the practices could no longer continue there. Once it's
Removed, and there is a plan for that, then those cultural practices could resume if people wanted. The site would be slightly altered from where it was before. Whether or not that would be satisfactory to the people is up to them. It's not my judgment.
I want to be sure I'm clear about your understanding or use of the term cultural and religious, and whether they're the same or different. Do you consider the practice of the traditional Hawaiian faith to be a cultural practice or a religious practice?
I've never talked about religious, so I'm...
What do you mean you've never talked about religious? In preparing the CDUA, did the topic of religion ever come up?
Yes.
The CDUA is quite clear that they're taking the position that there are insignificant impacts on what they call cultural resources. The witnesses has testified.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
But it sounds like this witness doesn't know the answer that you're seeking. I think that's what I'm hearing from him. But it would be
I'm
better
not
if you
sure
said
yet.
the words.
I'm not sure. Did you ever discuss religion when you were preparing the CDUA?
Not with that word, no.
What word would you use?
We talked about cultural practices.
I see. So religion was sort of folded into cultural practices. That wasn't, you have to say something.
We did not talk about religion.
Thank you. On page 8, the first paragraph beginning after the two with the boxes beside them begins the TMT observatory. You see that?
Also mitigates.
Also mitigates?
Yes.
Okay. That paragraph begins by saying it mitigates its overall impact on cultural resources. And the paragraph ends with would not have a substantial adverse impact on natural resources. Did you mean the word cultural where the word natural appears?
I think the answer would be cultural and natural resources, yes.
I'm sorry, say again?
Yes.
It should say natural resources.
Cultural and natural resources.
Cultural
so
and natural.
Natural resources was sort of the overarching.
Do you consider natural resources and cultural resources as the same thing?
I think there's an overlap between the two, but they're not identical.
Where do they overlap?
They overlap because natural resources are important in many cultural practices.
I see. In that same paragraph, you list a number of studies conducted as part of the EIS process or otherwise. Did the final EIS consider all of these studies?
Consider all of which sites?
The studies that you list in that long
Yes.
paragraph there. Did you answer yes to that?
I'm trying to look at.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, but I would say yes.
Okay. And did the CDUA rely upon the final EIS in reaching its conclusions?
Yes.
In looking at your testimony, I don't find the word cumulative in your testimony. Can you point me to anywhere in your testimony that you would either use cumulative or something similar?
I can't off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Is the Mauna Kea Comprehensive Management Plan one of the management tools that will be used to achieve the purposes of the Conservation District?
Yes.
Is the TMT Management Plan one of the management tools that will be used to achieve the purposes of the Conservation District?
Yes.
On page 4, down at the bottom of the second full paragraph, it states, additionally, the TMT management plan sets forth mitigation measures in the form of best management practices and conservation methods intended to mitigate the impacts of the TMT project on Mauna Kea's varied resources. You see that where I'm just
Yes,
quoting?
I do.
You cite Exhibit B of the CDUA, which is the TMT management plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's referenced here. For example, it says EG table for which means, for example.
Yes. Okay. And the CDUA relied upon the TMT management plan, among other documents, in reaching its conclusions.
Yes.
When was the TMT management plan issued?
To look at the date on it, but it's included in the application, I believe. The application was in 2010.
That's when the plan was issued or when the application was submitted?
Well, what I said,
ahead,
just a second, there may be a date on the plan that's in the application, I'm not sure. Without trying to delay things, I'd say that it was included in the application, which was filed in 2010, so it was available at that time.
Okay. On page 3-13 of Exhibit B of the CDUA, there's a quote I want to go over with you, but I'm going to distribute that page for people to have in front of them. Did you find that page? 3-13 TMT management plan?
No, do you?
Exhibit B?
Do you have a copy of that page?
We're distributing them now.
Okay, please hand one to the witness. And may I also have one for the court reporter and myself? All right, Mr. Sanderson would like a copy also. And Mr. Kanaele behind you, sir. So this purports to be a copy of page 3-13 of the TMT management plan. Is that
correct?
What you're offering?
Yes.
Okay.
Could you display that? And then, even though everybody's got it, just make life easier. The bottom paragraph is the one we're going to focus on. At the bottom of that page, it says as follows, quote, from a cumulative perspective, comma, the impacts on cultural resources has been and would continue to be substantial, adverse, and significant. Do you disagree with that assessment of cumulative impact?
No, I don't. They're talking about what's happened up on the mountain up until this point.
Up until this point, thank you. On page 8 of your testimony, at the bottom, the paragraph beginning, it is also important.
Yes.
That says it is also important, yes, it is also important to note that the university and TIO have taken the additional step of adopting measures to avoid and minimize direct and indirect impacts on cultural practices. You see that?
Yes.
And then it says, these include but are not limited to, and number 2 there is engaging in direct and regular consultation with Kahu Ku Mauna. You see that?
Yes.
What is the time frame within which the CDUA was prepared?
Basically 2010.
What is the time frame in which consultations with Kahuku Mauna took place?
I don't know all of the dates of those.
Were you involved in those consultations?
No, I was not directly involved in them at all.
Was anyone on your company involved in them?
No.
Who was involved in them that you know of?
My understanding is that the University of Hawaii was involved in them. I'm assuming as part of the development process, TMT representatives may have appeared as well, but I wasn't there.
Are you familiar at all with the Kahuku Mauna organization?
Only book learning, sir. Book learning?
Book learning.
I have not been present at those.
And what did your books teach you?
That the consultation took place on many occasions.
But the results of those consultations were not part of your CDUA process.
I was not involved in those.
But were you ever provided results from those consultations?
I did not read any of the minutes of the meetings, or what I knew was that the consultation was ongoing, and I thought I was given to understand productive.
Productive in what way?
There was an active exchange of ideas, and it was my understanding that the university was listening to what was said and trying to accommodate to the best of its ability.
Are you aware that the Office of Mauna Kea Management is working to develop and adopt guidelines for the culturally appropriate placement and removal of offerings?
No.
Do you have any training or education regarding the nature and characteristics of the traditional Hawaiian faith?
No training. I do read. I try to be an educated person, but no training.
In terms of being an educated person, have you studied anything related to the traditional Hawaiian faith?
I'm going to say no because you used the word faith. So I read Hawaiian history, but not the way you expressed it. No, sir.
Okay. On page 4
of
your testimony, your direct testimony. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let me withdraw that for a second. Have you familiarized yourself with the law in Hawaii on land use?
There's no single law in Hawaii on land use. There are many laws, so I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
Land use laws that would be relevant to the TMT project?
The land use law that was directly applicable was the Conservation District Use Permit regulations, and yes, I familiarized myself with those.
Would you have any idea of how these rules on land use differ from the rules on land use implemented by Native Hawaiians who inhabited the Hawaiian Islands prior to 1778?
Overruled. Can you answer the question? Do you know?
I don't have expertise on what the rules.
Do you know?
I no.
Thank you.
If I were to say to you that there were no land use restrictions imposed on the construction of Hawaiian shrines or altars prior to the arrival of Captain Cook, would you have any reason to doubt that statement?
Objection, argumentative, or speculation.
Sustained. Based on the answer he just gave, I think the question is not appropriately directed to this individual.
Do you have to have anyone's permission to exercise your faith?
Objection, irrelevant beyond the scope of direct.
It's immaterial, and I'm going to sustain the objection.
Do you have to have a permit to exercise your faith?
Same objection.
Same ruling.
On page 3 of your testimony, you reference funds being contributed by TIO. By TIO, on page 3. Funds being contributed by TIO for the management.
This is...
Just a minute, please.
It's right. The middle paragraph, beginning in this regard, refers to contributing funds towards the management of Mauna Kea. You see that?
Yes.
To whom are those funds contributed?
Those go as lease payments to the university.
And how much is being contributed?
I don't know the exact amounts. I don't know the exact amounts. Others.
What management functions will those contributions fund?
They would help fund the many measures that are listed in the comprehensive management plan.
Would you return with me your definition of economically sustainable?
Economically sustainable to me means that does this use have income that can allow it to operate as proposed over its planned lifetime and then also meet its decommissioning commitments?
Thank you. On page 5, first full paragraph, you state that the TMT observatory will not consume significant natural resources once constructed.
Where exactly are we on page 5?
Right, in the first paragraph, first full paragraph.
As acknowledged in past actions
Yes.
by the board?
It says does not consume significant natural resources once constructed.
Yes.
Other than removal of cinder, what natural resources will be consumed during construction?
There are very limited biological sort of plants, lichens that are present on the site, and those will be destroyed during construction.
Anything else?
Principally that.
Principally the lichen.
It's a relatively biologically sparsely populated piece of property.
Okay. You state that on page 5 again, that TMT will restore the project site at the end of the useful life of the observatory. I'm looking for which paragraph that is.
Same paragraph, last 2 lines.
Thank you. So do you see that? restore the project site at the end of the
Yes.
first full project? Right.
Yes.
What is the useful life of the observatory?
My understanding, it's on the order of 50 years.
And this is pursuant to a master lease. Is that not the case? The sublease for this project is pursuant to a master lease?
There is a master lease of the entire Mauna Kea Science Reserve.
And that master lease expires in 2033, is that correct?
At the end of that year, yes,
The
sir.
end of that year. And when that master lease expires, do you know what's supposed to happen with the structures that are in that reserve?
The decommissioning plan spells out what's supposed to happen.
And the decommissioning plan, do you know when that's supposed to be submitted?
The decommissioning plan has been submitted. It's part of the overall comprehensive management program and the subplans. That's been submitted to and approved by the Board of Land and Natural Resources.
And does restoration of the site mean the full removal of all construction, including the foundation?
The exact requirements are spelled out in the decommissioning plan, and exactly what happens on each individual site is worked out in the process of the last 5 years. So I can't answer that question any further.
Let me just stay with that question for just a second. At the end of the 5 years, does it require that everything there be removed, have been removed?
It requires that a site restoration satisfactory to the board be approved, so that it leaves that for each site.
So the board has the discretion to allow the abandonment of the facilities in site?
Do you know if the board has the discretion?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know if the decommissioning will require the use of explosives?
Objection calls for speculation. The decommissioning plan is a document that speaks for itself.
Your Honor, do you know is a fairly straightforward question. He either knows or he doesn't know. I don't understand the basis for an objection.
The decommissioning plan, are you familiar with the plan?
I'm familiar with parts of it.
So it sounds like from this witness that on a case-by-case basis, that each telescope's owner or user or whatever it is has to make a plan that's approved by the board. So when you ask a general question like that, you're asking him to speculate because he's already said it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. That's what I interpreted his testimony to be. Is that correct, Mr. Perry?
Yes, it is.
So he can't give you an answer to
You're
a general
better witness,
statement?
Your Honor. Thank you.
Well, I think I'm listening.
Yes,
to
I
him.
hear you listening.
So, please.
Okay. You state on page 9.
Can you focus me in?
I'm going to do that. Hang on.
Are you almost done, Mr. Sinkin? I'm asking
No.
because in that case, we should take a recess, please.
That's fine.
10 minutes.
Recess.
You're watching Naleo TV.
Wait, don't go away.
Okay, let's recommence with the cross-examination by Temple of Lono. Mr. Sinkin. We have the return of the witness, Perry White. Mr. White, I remind you that the testimony you are about to give will continue under the oath you took earlier to tell the truth. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sinkin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to be sure I've got something clear here. On page 8 of your testimony, at the very bottom, you are listing additional steps that minimize direct and indirect impacts on
Just
cultural
a minute,
practices.
please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I couldn't hear you. I was distracted by other noise. Go ahead.
At the bottom, you see number 2, engaging in direct and regular consultations with Kahuku.
I thought you were...
On page 8, at the very bottom, last
Oh, at the very bottom. I'm
very
sorry.
bottom.
Yes.
So based on your testimony, you know really nothing about those consultations. Is that correct?
I know that they were, that I was informed that they were ongoing. I did not participate in them.
Well, Your Honor, he has offered these consultations as evidence of the mitigation measures to be taken by the university and TO, and he has no knowledge of those measures at all. I would move to strike that part of his testimony.
Overruled. You may argue that. It's argument and in your findings and your conclusions. And it also goes to the weight that I will give the testimony. Go ahead.
On page 9, first full paragraph, not the first full paragraph, I'm sorry, the top paragraph. You state that other than limiting access to the actual construction site for safety reasons and to the interior of the observatory facilities once it is completed, the project will not restrict anyone from any portion of the summit area. Will TO have the authority to exclude the public from entering the telescope facility itself?
Mr. Perry, if you don't know, you say you don't know.
I don't know.
Actually, let me go back for a second. We were talking about the master lease and when it expires and all of that. If the master lease is not renewed in 2033, would this project still be economically sustainable?
It could not continue past that point without some other provision. I don't know. I don't understand the question. I don't know what you mean.
Well, in defining economic sustainability for this project, you talked about the income that would come in for its operation and its decommissioning, and the whole process would be sufficient to cover its costs.
Yes.
So if this project is built and put online and 2033 arrives and the master lease is not renewed and the project has to stop,
yes,
will it be able to cover all its costs?
My assumption is it will. If they enter into that agreement, that's what they're bound by.
You're saying they aren't relying on the income from the project itself to cover their costs?
No, they would up through
Just a minute.
This is not speculation,
Sir, the question is internally flawed.
Internally flawed?
It is.
Okay.
Because if the lease ends in 2033, it won't be operating. So how can it be economically sustainable? That makes no sense.
That's the question I'm asking him. How can it be economically sustainable if it has to stop in 2033?
Then the question is argumentative. But otherwise, it's not a question he can answer.
He has given his opinion that this project is economically sustainable.
Yes.
I'm exploring what does that mean. He defined economically sustainable as a project that would be bringing in revenues that would cover the costs of construction and cover the cost of decommissioning.
I'm not going to argue with you. The question is internally flawed. So you may ask it in a different way, perhaps, so that I can understand it,
okay,
and the
I'll
witness
try.
can answer it.
You have testified that this project is economically sustainable, correct?
Yes.
And you defined economically sustainable as bringing in enough funds to cover all of their costs, including decommissioning.
Yes.
We also had a discussion that if the master lease runs out in 2033, the observatory will have to shut down.
Yes.
It would therefore have no income from the observatory operations, correct?
Correct.
So if you take that income out of the equation, do you still consider this project economically sustainable?
Yes.
Why?
Because the cost of operations is covered by the income over the period we're talking about.
The period we're talking about is post-2033. There is no income.
I'm not talking about post.
I am asking you about
Sir,
post-2033.
That's the problem. He's talking about 2033, and you're not. That's why there's an inconsistency in the question. So you need to understand what he's asking you. If the lease is not renewed as to the 30-meter telescope, will it be economically sustainable?
The observatory will not be there, so there's not a question of it's economically sustainable if it's not there. My understanding is that the arrangements are such that all of the commitments that are being made for the duration of that project's existence are economically sustainable. I'm sorry if I'm failing to grasp some part of this.
Let me make one last try here.
Sure.
We're clear on economically sustainable and its definition, that it means the funds are coming in to cover the costs, with the costs being construction, decommissioning, operations, all of that.
Yes.
And we're clear that in 2033, if the master lease is not renewed, that telescope will cease operating. Are we clear about that?
Yes.
So after 2033, the telescope will have no income from its own operations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Taking that piece of income away from the telescope, do you still consider the project economically sustainable?
I do, because there would be no expenses beyond that either.
you would have your expenses for decommissioning? You would have your...
The decommissioning would happen prior to that. So by the termination of the lease, the facility would be decommissioned. The costs of doing that would have been paid for. My understanding is the commitments are to do that.
Have you reviewed the decommissioning plan?
Yes.
Are you aware that it calls for a 50-year commitment of funds going into the decommissioning fund to cover decommissioning?
Yes.
So if it's built around, if the economics is built around 50 years of contributions, and you only have 15, don't you have a major gap in being able to pay for decommissioning?
I believe, my understanding is that people are making commitments to fulfill their obligations. If they have to come up with other funding sources in order to meet those, I believe that they have said they would do that.
On page 9 of your testimony, in the second paragraph.
Full paragraph?
First full paragraph, sorry. You say at the end of that paragraph, the overall impact of the TMT project is further mitigated by its educational, research, and economic benefits. You see that?
Yes.
All right, let me travel back with you to pages 1 and 2 of your testimony and ask you to please put up the 8 criteria slide for everybody to see. Can you identify which of the 8 criteria in the Conservation District rules incorporates consideration of educational benefits?
I think the last one, the proposed land use will not be material detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. So this is something that is the opposite of that. This is a beneficial effect on public welfare.
Are you saying that criteria 8 includes beneficial effects?
I believe that it asks for people to consider an action in the overall context, the balance between benefit and costs. Yeah.
So to you, the word detrimental means balancing benefits and costs?
I think when they're talking about detrimental, they're always asking, when I look at this thing in its entirety, all of the things that would be undertaken, is this beneficial or is it not? You don't. So that's my view of that.
I understand. And which of the 8 criteria call for consideration of research benefits?
I think that's also covered under the public health, safety, and welfare.
And which of the 8 criteria call for consideration of economic benefits?
I think that's in public welfare as well.
I'm sorry, I have a question here that I didn't note the page number in your testimony, so I'm trying to find it. Well, I think you can answer this without the citation. You've testified that the TMT project will be compatible with existing land uses, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. In zoning law, there are usually three categories of land use: residential, commercial, and industrial. Is that your experience?
There are any number of different regulatory frameworks. We're talking about the conservation district, and you're talking about something that really is different. So I'm unable to make the...
Let me try and clarify. In the system of land use categorization that uses residential, commercial, and industrial as the three available categories, would the development on Mauna Kea fall within industrial?
Do you know the answer?
What he just described
Sir,
is...
do you know the answer?
I think I do.
Do you know the answer? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, answer it, please.
What he just described is regulatory framework that's applicable within the urban district, not within the conservation district. Those divisions don't exist there.
Would you disagree with the characterization of what has happened on the Mauna Kea as industrial development?
Yes.
Why?
Because I think it's scientific research.
Is scientific research a land use category?
We're talking about the activities.
In criteria 6 of the 8 criteria, it calls for preserving and improving upon the natural beauty and open space characteristics of the district. How will the TMT Observatory preserve or improve the natural beauty and open space characteristics of the Mauna Kea summit?
I have talked previously about the care that was taken in the siting of this. I've also talked about...
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you there. You're not being responsive to the question, as far as I'm concerned. The question is, how will the TMT Observatory preserve or improve the natural beauty and open space characteristics of the Mauna Kea summit?
The Conservation District use application is for a number of things, one of which is the observatory, but that's only one of them. And as part of that, there's also included implementation of other measures that are outlined in the Comprehensive Management Plan and the subplans, including the removal of the observatories from the summit and the restoration of those sites.
And you consider that removal of other observatories to be part of the TMT plan?
It is part of the proposal that the Conservation District use application, yes.
Well, let me explore that for a second. So the conservation, if the application is granted, does that give any authority to the applicant to order other facilities to be decommissioned or shut down or moved?
This is an application by the university, and they have made commitments to, as part of their long-range planning, that during the time frame when, if TMT were to be approved, other things would be happening. And that's, the university's been very clear about that all along, and we represented that in the application.
So the answer to my question is yes, if the application is granted, the university would have the authority to shut down other facilities.
I believe one of the, yes, if within the terms of their existing agreements with those facilities.
On page 9, coming back to that section where on the first full paragraph.
Beginning with the proposed project?
The proposed project, yes. No, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. In the middle of the first full paragraph, talked about mitigated by its educational, research, and economic benefits. Just returning to that for a second here. Can you tell me what adverse impacts on education will be caused by the construction of TMT?
I'm not aware of what adverse effects on education you're referring to.
I'm asking what you know about any adverse effects on education that would be caused by the building of the 30-meter telescope.
I'm saying I'm not aware of any adverse impacts on education. I'm aware of benefits that are part of the actions that are included in the request for a conservation district use permit.
So when you're talking about mitigation of impacts, the mitigation measure being the provision of additional education, you're not talking about mitigating anything done to education. Let me make it a little more clear. We talked about the plants, right? These plants over here are going to get destroyed. These plants are going to be propagated to mitigate. So there's some harm being offset by mitigation. What harm is offset by this commitment to education?
Some of the behavior, current behavior on the mountain that has nothing to do with the TMT project has caused harm to the resources there in the past, and the intent is that by educating people as to the resources and by providing resources for the management of that, some of that ongoing harm will be decreased and therefore offset anything site-specific that would occur on the TMT site itself.
In your testimony last Thursday, you said that the likelihood of the telescopes being scheduled for decommissioning actually being decommissioned might be higher than the likelihood that TMT will be built. Do you remember that remark?
I do.
You were probably
I was probably
reminded of it?
feeling down at the time.
What is the source of your pessimism about whether TMT will be built?
It's actually the speed.
The what?
Well, we prepared the application in 2010. It's taken a long time. We're still going. The decommissioning, when I started, was more distant than it is now. I believe at least one of the facilities has already indicated a plan to begin decommissioning. That was well in the future when this process started. So I see more progress there than I do in the construction of the TMT facilities themselves.
Did you consider public opposition as one reason for pessimism about TMT being built?
What I was trying to emphasize with what I said was the progress that was made in terms of the decommissioning of facilities, which had been a very long-range plan and now is actually coming closer to.
Sir,
my question.
The question was, did you consider opposition as part of the basis of your pessimism?
No, I was just looking at the passage of time.
In the TMT management plan, section 7.3.4, that's exhibit B.
Yes, Mr. Sanderson. Oh, you want to call every? Thank you. So Mr. Sinkin is handing out page 4-8 of the TMT management plan, which is Exhibit A1. It says Exhibit A1, Exhibit B, page 4-2, CDUA. Is it in both exhibits?
It's in both.
Okay. All right. So other people are raising their hand. They would like a copy of the page, please. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sinkin. Please continue.
In the section 7.3.4, considering future land uses, item all caps FLU-2 states as follows: develop a map with land use zones in the astronomy precinct based on updated inventories of cultural and natural resources to delineate areas where future land use will not be allowed and areas where future land use will be allowed, but will require compliance with prerequisite studies or analysis prior to approval of conservation district use permit. You see that?
Yes.
That item indicates that TMT is identifying sites for future development. Did you have any discussions with TMT Observatory, TIO, or anyone else associated with the TMT project about possible future development on Mauna Kea?
I don't think this was intended to say that TMT was doing this.
Is this not the TMT management plan that I'm quoting from?
This, if I'm on the right spot, this is in a table that's entitled Management Actions Detailed in the CMP and Subplans.
Well, at the bottom of my page, it says TMT management plan. So maybe we're not on the same page.
Well, you are in the middle of a very long table that talks about management actions detailed in the CMP and subplans. The intent of this table was to relate which of these are applicable to the TMT site. So I think maybe you haven't seen this the way I did anyway.
I think I see. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. But let me ask you the question anyway. Did you have any discussions with TMT Observatory, TIO, or anyone else associated with the TMT Observatory about future construction beyond TMT?
No.
Thank you. If I remember your testimony correctly, you said that your company has 3 employees?
No, I didn't say that, but I said that 3 people from our staff work directly on this.
I see.
We're actually much larger. We have 5.
Okay. How long did it take you to prepare the CDUA?
We worked on this for the better part of a year, I would say. It was less than a year, but.
And how much was your company paid to prepare the CDUA?
I don't have that number in.
Do you know if that contract was the largest contract your company ever received?
I know it absolutely is not.
Okay. And as far as the 8 criteria that are displayed on the wall, is it your understanding that significantly failing to meet any one of the criteria can be disqualifying?
No, that's not my understanding. These are criteria that you use to evaluate a proposal. There's nothing that says that the board has to find in favor of every single one.
Is any one criteria any more important than any other?
The board, I can't answer that question. The board decides. We presented information relative to that.
Your Honor, I have some questions that reference a document that I don't have copies, but is already in the is part of the submitted documents, and I can just have them displayed for everybody. So the first one is Exhibit A3, page S8. That's the FEIS Volume 3, page S8.
So how are you going to have it displayed?
Oh, I was hoping he had a copy of the FEIS with him. I'm sure we have them here in the room.
The witness doesn't have that in front of him.
I'm sure his counsel does.
So it's okay. Would you hand it to Mr. Kane, please? And can you please tell us what that is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good question. Exhibit A3 is the final environmental impact statement, volume 3, and we're looking at page S8. Right in the middle there, it says cumulative environmental impacts. You see that section?
I see that.
And it states as follows: from a cumulative perspective, the impact of past and present actions on cultural, archaeological, and historic resources is substantial, significant, and adverse. These impacts would continue to be substantial, significant, and adverse with the consideration of the project and other reasonably foreseeable future actions. You see that? Yes.
I see that, yes.
Okay. And you have testified before that the university intends to address cumulative impact through decommissioning, deconstruction, and site restoration. Actually, let me back up. Let's go to page 4-39 of this same exhibit, same document.
Mr. Sanderson? All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sinkin.
All right, we're at volume 3, the same volume. If you could go to page 4-39, section 4.5.
So you're done with...
For now, I'm done with that quote.
There was no question attached to that.
There was no question, you're right.
Okay, so no evidence. Go ahead.
What was the page reference?
4-39, section 4.5. Let me see, maybe I've got the wrong page number.
I run out of 4 dashes at 4-17 in what was given to me.
Okay. Well, let me move on. I'm sorry, wrong volume. That was the problem. It's Exhibit A1, the CDUA, on page 4-39. Pardon me.
Do you have the issue? Give me the. If you have a copy of that, it would make it ever so much easier to find.
You know, it is your document.
Okay, so
Sir, you want him to go to a specific page. You need to show him where it is.
It's page 4-39, Exhibit A1, your CDUA.
For 39.
Well,
Mr. Sinkin?
yeah, pardon me. I don't have the document here.
Well, the witness does, and if you would like to take Exhibit A1 and look for the page that you'd like to reference, why don't we do that?
Thank you.
That's the EIS.
no, this is.
Just let him look for it.
Yes. Okay. That's it. Thank you. 4-39. I believe we found the page, and I think he's going to display it for us in just a second here. 4-39. Section 4.5. You just had it. Yeah. Thank you. Let's see. It's a little. Okay. Well. Okay. We're displaying page 4-39 of Exhibit A1, the CDUA, which states as follows. In addition, as discussed below, the university intends to address the cumulative impact of astronomy-related development on Mauna Kea by seeking the decommissioning, deconstruction, and site restoration of observatories. In that paragraph, the university uses the word seeking. That word suggests that it is not within the power of the university to compel decommissioning, deconstruction, or site restoration of observatories. Is that your understanding, that they do not have the authority to compel that?
I believe that their subleases do require, and they're different from sublease to sublease, but they do require the restoration of the site. So I think that's not what you said is incorrect.
I guess it's not so much what they require ultimately, but the timing. Can they say today to an existing facility, time's up?
It lacks foundation, so I'm going to overrule the speculation objection. Mr. Sinkin, I'm going to ask you to set foundation. What is this witness's understanding of the decommissioning plan? Is he qualified to answer that question? You're asking him to answer questions about this plan. I don't know if he wrote it or what he knows. So set the foundation,
sure.
please.
So let me go back, start with your testimony, where you say the overall, on page 9, the paragraph beginning the proposed project, you say that the overall impact of the TMT project is further mitigated by its, I'm sorry, wrong sentence. Sorry, Your Honor. Let me see if I can do this way. You've testified that part of the mitigation is to decommission other telescopes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it decondition or
commission with a C? Decommission.
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 Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Right. And you prepared the CDUA.
That's our firm prepared it.
Your
yes.
firm prepared it. And in the CDUA, Exhibit A1 on page 4-39 states, in addition, as discussed below, the university intends to address the cumulative impact of astronomy-related developments on Mauna Kea by seeking the decommissioning, deconstruction, and site restoration of observatories. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. What I was calling attention to was that word in that section saying seeking.
Yes.
Okay, and so I wanted to clarify what seeking meant as you understand it. Because to me, it suggests that you're seeking it, but you don't necessarily have the authority to order it. You can ask, but you can't necessarily compel. Would that be your understanding?
Well, all of the subleases have termination dates, so there's no doubt about if it will happen. The question is when.
When?
And my understanding is that at least one of the facilities has already begun the decommissioning process. Others have indicated that possibility, and we
Mr.
believe...
Perry, excuse me. Do you understand, or do you have an understanding of whether or not the university can compel the decommissioning, deconstruction, and site?
The university can...
do you have an understanding of whether they can compel this or not?
I have some understanding. Others can speak to it more directly, and I'm happy to wait until they can.
So then speak to your understanding of whether or not the university can compel this.
They cannot compel it prior to the termination of the subleases.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Same document, page 4-41, section 4.5.1, is entitled Observatory Decommissioning, Mitigation of Astronomy-Related Development. You see that?
I do.
That section states as follows, quote, the decommissioning, deconstruction, and site restoration of observatories is a key measure addressing the cumulative impact of astronomy-related development on Mauna Kea. The discussion below details the university's plans to seek the decommissioning, deconstruction, and site restoration of observatories so as to reduce the number of observatories on Mauna Kea over the next 20 years. You see that section?
Yes.
On page 10 of your testimony, down near the bottom, the next to the last paragraph, the university envisions, do you see that line?
I see that.
That states that the university envisions a future of sustainable and responsible astronomy on the summit of Mauna Kea. This includes the decommissioning and deconstruction of observatories, site recycling, and the siting of observatories in certain areas so as to minimize the effects of development. You see that?
I do.
Okay. How many telescopes will be decommissioned or are intended to be decommissioned?
Over what period of time?
As part of this mitigation.
My understanding is that all of the observatories that are present on the mountain now would have to be decommissioned by the end of the existing lease.
And is it your understanding that some are going to be decommissioned earlier than the expiration of their lease?
Yes, of the master lease, yes.
Are some of them going to be decommissioned earlier than their sublease?
I don't know.
So you're not aware of any commitments made to the governor or anyone else about decommissioning sites?
Mr. Sinkin?
He's the one that just said it includes decommissioning and deconstruction of observatories. I'm
Yes,
trying to
but
get
your
the detail.
question deals with something else now.
They're talking about how they're going to mitigate the impact. And they say one of the ways they're going to mitigate the impact is to remove telescopes from the mountain. I'm trying to get at details of which telescopes are being removed, when are they going to be removed, what kind of agreements they have to remove them, so we know whether this mitigation is more than just talk.
Okay.
Okay?
You still have to ask a proper question to get there.
Okay. Are you aware of commitments being made to reduce the number of telescopes on the mountain?
My understanding is that the university is discussing with some of the observatories decommissioning that would occur prior to the start of operation of 30-meter telescope if it were approved.
And do you know how many of those telescopes are involved in that discussion?
Not as a first-hand.
Well,
in other words, I'm not involved in those discussions. I know of at least one, and I have heard talk about others, but I don't have the first-hand knowledge. I do know, I've been told that discussions are ongoing.
Okay. And what are you referring to as site recycling?
Site recycling would be if an existing observatory were to be removed and a new replacement facility were to be erected on that same site.
Any idea how many sites are going to be recycled?
No, I don't.
Okay. Could we please put up S8 again, that first one? It's in Exhibit A3, the FEIS Volume 3. Oh, yes, you need this one. So our current situation, according to the FEIS, that we're displaying Exhibit A3, page S8, which states, from a cumulative perspective, the impact of past and present actions on cultural, archaeological, and historic resources is substantial, significant, and adverse. These impacts would continue to be substantial, significant, and adverse with the consideration of the project and other reasonably foreseeable future actions. So how many telescopes would have to be decommissioned, deconstructed, site recycled, or site restored so that the cumulative impacts of astronomy on cultural resources would not be substantial, adverse, and significant?
I can't answer that question.
So when you're making your assessment on the effectiveness of mitigation, you don't have any sliding scale of how much mitigation is necessary to back us off of adverse, significant impacts?
There's no absolute scale that does that I'm aware of.
Compared to the operation of an existing telescope, will the decommissioning of that telescope have a greater impact on the natural and cultural resources of the mountain than the operation of the telescope?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Compared to the operation of an existing telescope, you take the existing telescope, what are the impacts of it operating?
So we're talking about a given telescope.
A given telescope that's already operating.
All right.
It has its own impacts.
Yes.
Will the decommissioning of that telescope have a greater impact on the natural and cultural resources than just the operation of the telescope?
I don't think I can answer that question.
Well, let me try and rephrase it. It's not a trick question. The normal operation of a telescope has some impacts on cultural resources, natural resources, economic resources, just because it's operating. Trucks come up, go down, whatever. People come in and out.
Yes.
That's one impact.
Yes.
If you decide, okay, tomorrow we're going to start tearing down that telescope, will that deconstruction process have more of an impact than just the operation had?
There will be traffic, there will be noise, there will be disturbance during the deconstruction that is not present during operation. As part of that process, you wind up, however, with a...
I didn't ask you about where you wind up. I'm just comparing the two situations. Compared to the operation of a telescope prior to site recycling, will site recycling have a greater impact on the natural and cultural resources of the mountain than just operation? It's the same question, just substituting recycling.
Yeah, and I think the answer is the same.
Okay. On page 10 of your testimony, you state that the future, let's see, down at the bottom, one second. At the bottom of the page with the paragraph beginning, the university envisions a future.
Yes.
You say in that paragraph that one of the items is the siting of observatories in certain areas so as to minimize the effects of development. What new observatories are you referring to? What new observatories are you referring to?
The only new observatory that's been proposed, as far as I know, is the TMT project.
On page 9 of your testimony, down the paragraph right above the bold part at the bottom, beginning thus when considering the TMT project. You see that?
You said page 9.
Page 9, down just below the middle is a paragraph that begins thus when considering.
All right.
Right? That paragraph says, thus, when considering the TMT project as a whole, including the context of the project site and the project's mitigating factors, the TMT project will not have a substantial adverse impact on the existing natural resources in Mauna Kea or its surrounding area, community, or region, right?
Yes.
Do you take into account in that assessment the increased impacts resulting from decommissioning, deconstructing, and site recycling in reaching your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. Can you direct me to any report or other document that discusses the impacts of decommissioning, deconstruction, and site recycling at locations other than the TMT location?
I'm not personally familiar with those.
So as far as you know, there's been no environmental impact statements prepared for the decommissioning or deconstructing or recycling of any of the other telescopes?
There were environmental documents prepared for some of the other facilities that are there, which I have not personally read. I assume as part of that they would have covered those topics.
On Exhibit A1 of the CDUA at page 3-13, if you could display that for us, please.
So is this the one that says environmental assessment at the top?
It's page 3-13, beginning, has a paragraph beginning from a cumulative perspective. Yes, that's it right there. I do believe. No, that's
that's what I'm trying to understand is what this other.
Just a minute.
Yeah, no, this.
It would be better, Mr. Sinkin, if you took the exhibit, turned it to the page you want, and then the witness can show it.
Page 3-13. There's a paragraph that begins at the bottom and continues on the next page. So that paragraph says, from a cumulative perspective, the impact on cultural resources has been and would continue to be substantial, adverse, and significant. The cumulative impact to geological resources in the astronomy precinct has been substantial, adverse, and significant, primarily related to modifications of cinder cone morphology. That's MORPHOLOGY. The cumulative impact to the alpine shrublands and grasslands and Mamani subalpine woodlands, Mamani being M-A-M-A-N-E, subalpine woodlands has also been substantial, adverse, and significant, primarily due to grazing by hoofed animals. The magnitude of significance of cumulative impact to the alpine stone desert ecosystem is not yet fully determined. Is that statement accurate?
That's what it says here.
Can you tell us why the cumulative impact to the alpine stone desert ecosystem has not yet been fully determined?
I wasn't responsible for that evaluation, so no.
Does the absence of a determination of that cumulative impact in any way influence your conclusions about cumulative impact?
I don't know anything that would change.
Same document, page 3-29.
(3-29).
Yes.
I run out of, in that same section that you were just talking about, turning the pages at 317, so we're probably talking some.
Shoot.
Mr. Sinkin, have you found the page?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry, I haven't. Let's try this. Just humor me for a moment. Let's try Exhibit A3. A3 would be the FEIS.
Page.
No, Exhibit A3.
In the FEIS?
In the FEIS.
I don't.
FEIS is Exhibit A3.
So do you have, can you give him, cite to the page or show him the page you want?
I was going to try and see if what I'm looking at is in there instead of in the CDUA.
Well, you're welcome to take a look at whatever Exhibit A3 is.
I haven't been able to find it yet, Your Honor. Let me just try with some questions, and if, maybe it'll be found. It's a section in one of the documents that's titled Spiritual and Sacred Quality of Mauna Kea. I know where it is, but I can't lay my hands on it. So let me just ask some generic questions about that subject. Do you believe that spiritual concerns are legitimately a part of the decision-making process for the CDUA?
I don't know how to deal with that question. I don't see spiritual specifically mentioned in the Conservation District use permit regulations. So if it's subsumed into cultural, then
I would guess, I would say yes, but I don't understand the question.
I think your answer was responsive. Spiritual is not what's used, but cultural is used to envelop spiritual. Would you agree that that's generally, we had that conversation early in the day, I think.
There's an overlap. They're not the same. I mean, not.
In your review of the documents that you looked at in preparing the CDUA, did you come across references to Mauna Kea as a place of worship?
I don't remember.
Did you come across descriptions of Mauna Kea, the summit of Mauna Kea, as a place of burials?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think I'm just about finished. If I could have a moment just to look through these papers real quick.
Mrs. Freitas put a computer behind you.
Oh. Thank you, Mrs. Freitas.
No records.
-29.
If you don't mind making a record of what we're now handing the witness?
We're handing the witness Volume 1 of the final environmental impact statement, which I believe is Exhibit A-3.
Thank you.
And page 329 is what we're going to display.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Perry. Go ahead, Mr. Sinkin.
Okay, on that page, there, right there, thank you. In that section titled Spiritual and Sacred Quality of Mauna Kea, it states as follows. The project has the potential to impact the spiritual and sacred quality of Mauna Kea. The types of potential impacts are based on review of existing information and input obtained from interviews conducted during the CIA process. The project could impact the spiritual and sacred quality of Mauna Kea by A, degrading the integrity of a cinder cone, B, adding a man-made structure on the northern plateau that would create a substantial visual disturbance, C, placing employees in the northern plateau, D, the potential accidental release of wastewater into the environment, E, the potential release of hazardous substances in the environment, and F, generating dust and noise. Any one of these could detract from the spiritual setting and sacred quality of Mauna Kea. Do you see that paragraph?
I see that.
So let me return again to the question I asked about whether the spiritual concerns of people involved in this mountain are legitimately a part of the decision-making process that the applicant should be going through.
I would say, given what I've been shown, they fall within what we've discussed, and I think that they were taken into account by the information that we provided in the application.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could just take a moment to look through and then I'll be done.
Sure.
I'm all done.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Sullivan.
White.
And we're going to take a lunch recess. It's 12:10. If everyone, oh, Mr. Fergerstrom, sure.
I'm having a hard time getting my documents in the documents library, and Mr. Kane seems to be hesitant to listen to how I'm explaining what's missing. Can you compel him to at least listen?
What are you asking me to do? I'm sorry.
There's documents that I have submitted that are not in the documents library, like my exhibits, and I keep trying to get him to understand what's missing, and he keeps on kind of walking away from me. So I'm trying to get him to listen to it, because I've written to him and he hasn't corrected it.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson, we haven't had much time this morning because, you know, we've been in hearing and but for the short recesses. So,
well, this was submitted last week.
Well, perhaps during the lunch recess you could bring it up with Mr. Kane. It's up to you, but I don't want to hold everybody up for this. Thank you. So let's recess until 1:15, please, and we will then recommence with cross-examination by Mr. Kanaele. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The witness has resumed the stand, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. White, if you agree to present your testimony under the same oath you took earlier to tell the truth.
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Kanaele, it's your turn for cross-examination.
Testimony here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanaele.
Good afternoon. Hello, Mr. White, Perry White.
Good afternoon.
No relations to Superman, are you?
No, that was the editor of the Daily Planet, though. You're right.
No relations to Superman.
Relation.
Okay.
The witness has resumed the stand, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. White, if you agree to present your testimony under the same oath you took earlier to tell the truth.
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Kanaele, it's your turn for cross-examination.
Testimony here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanaele.
Good afternoon. Hello, Mr. White, Perry White.
Good afternoon.
No relations to Superman, are you?
No, that was the editor of the Daily Planet, though. You're right.
No relations to Superman.
relations.
Okay, got that. Okay.
You just dated yourself.
Me
But,
too.
but I knew who
I'm
that
proud
was.
of it too.
I knew who it was too.
So, you testified in your witness statement and said you used to be president of Solutions Incorporated, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. Kanaele, could I ask you to adjust the microphone so it's a little easier to talk directly?
Wait, tiny bubbles. Okay, right here. Okay. Who is the president now?
James Hayes.
Okay. And what is your relationship to the president now?
I'm an employee of Planning Solutions.
Oh, right on. Yeah. When you mention we or our conclusions, who is we and our? And that's in the second paragraph of your testimony.
Sure. Yeah, it's Planning Solutions. So it's the company is the we, and so the people who worked on, and specifically in the application, it was the people who worked on it at that time, and Mr. Hayes was not with the company at that time.
So, what firm did the final EIS?
Parsons Brinkerhoff.
Okay.
Could you spell that, please, if you don't mind?
It's in evidence, but it's Parsons. I'm hesitant. Brinckerhoff.
Thank you.
Okay. You testified earlier that the CDUA did not need a federal EIS.
That's correct. It's a state permit.
Okay. You familiar with the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act?
With which act?
Hawaii Environmental Policy Act?
Yes.
And the national...
If you're talking about Chapter 343 Hawaii Revised Statutes, that's what I was saying yes to.
Okay, right on. And how about the National Historic Preservation Act?
Yes.
Okay. So, does TMT or PIO get federal funding by the National Science Foundation?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay. Do you know what the criteria of doing a final EIS or a federal EIS? Do you know what the criteria is to do a federal EIS?
That wasn't. I didn't do one for this project, so I don't understand the question. And
do you know the criteria for it?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by the criteria for it.
Well, there's a criteria to make to make an EIS. If you're being federal funded or you're being part of the federal taking, that you need a federal EIS.
Just a minute, please. What is the objection? Mr. Kanaele, is that within the testimony that was written down and given to everybody?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so
just for my own information, why what's going on, yeah.
I understand.
Because he made a
but you
statement
remember
saying that he didn't need a federal EIS, and I just wanted to know why. Okay.
So remember that when you're going to be cross-examining, everyone's cross-examining based on the written testimony.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to kind of limit our questions to that area.
Okay.
That was the objection. So
I thought it was in there.
why don't you go ahead? If it is, I stand corrected and we can look at it.
Okay, let's change it up a little. In your opinion, do you believe Mauna Kea is sacred?
I don't hold an opinion.
You can say no.
For me, it's not sacred for me.
Okay, that's good. Do you know that some people believe that it's sacred?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, good. Do you know that the body forms of our gods and goddesses are one of the main reasons why above the 10,000 foot level, the whole mountain is sacred and not just in sections? I'm just asking if you know.
Would you have a way of knowing that and the answer to that question?
Not a direct way. I would be repeating
So
what
you don't really know.
Right.
So what happens is, this is what we call foundation.
Yeah.
So if this witness said, oh yes, I've studied, oh yes, I understand this, then you can ask him questions about that.
I already dabbled because he's Hawaiian Chinese father, and he has some kind of understanding of our ways, of Hawaiian ways.
Well, it didn't stretch far enough for him to understand about the Mauna and
Being
everything
sacred.
else.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
So
sounds
I'm
good.
going to sustain the objection as to foundation.
Oh, let me do it a different way. Do you know the whole mountain is sacred and not just in sections?
Same objection.
Do you know anything about that?
Not directly. I've read all of these things, so that.
Oh, good.
But
I'm going to
That's
overrule
fine.
the objection.
Thank you.
so I've read it. So when you said, do I know it? No, I don't know it. I know that people believe it.
Okay. Do you know why our barrels are hidden? Do you know why Hawaiian barrels are hidden up there?
Burials.
Barrels in your...
I don't know why Hawaiian burials are specifically hidden there. I am, just through general reading, familiar with the fact that bodies were buried.
Yeah, so basically it was to hide them, right? That's why it's a hidden barrel. Basically, I mean, it's in the word. Could you agree with that?
Yeah, he said he doesn't know. He doesn't know why they're there.
Oh. Okay. No, I was just asking if you know what hidden means.
Oh.
You know what hidden means?
I know what hidden.
Yeah.
Yes, I know what hidden means.
So, okay, thank you. Do you subscribe to the thought that having a CDA, that it can circumvent administrative and civil violations that protect our sacred body forms of the gods and goddesses of the Mauna?
Objection, relevance beyond the scope of direct lack of foundation.
Okay.
I just wanted to know if you know those things before you made all these decisions on Mauna Kea. Okay, okay, how about this way? In your opinion, without permits from the agency mandated to protect our...
I'm sorry, start it again.
Okay, let's go slowly. In your opinion, without permits from the agency mandated for our protection of our sacred areas, can you avoid criminal charges of desecration by taking, by appropriating, by excavating, by injuring, by destroying, by altering our sacred landscape of Mauna Kea?
Objection, asking for a legal conclusion.
That's his opinion.
I'm going to overrule. Do you have an opinion on that?
The number of things he listed was immense. I know that there are rules governing burials, but based on what I was told, I really can't comment further.
Okay. Just one more question in this line of questioning. Yeah. Does these actions of construction constitute desecration by mountaintop removal of the sacred body forms as you construct the TMT?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation beyond the scope of direct.
Does construction constitute destroying and altering and excavating the historic property?
Can you answer that question or not?
I don't feel comfortable.
No, can you answer the question or not? You don't?
No.
No, all right.
Okay,
So I sustain the objection.
Okay. Number 4 of the 8 criteria, can you put that up?
Just gonna come searching for it. Please wait.
Okay. You know, Mr. White, in doing your CDA,
Yes.
You looked at different HRSs and article in the Hawaiian Constitution and all these different protections that is there.
Yes.
Did you look at HRS 711-1107? Desecration?
No.
So it wasn't considered within your preview?
I didn't look at it personally. I'm assuming that people, if it needed to be looked at, it was looked at by other people who prepared archaeological cultural reports.
Oh, so
but I didn't look at it individually, no.
So probably be the next witness, yeah? Okay. Okay. I'll wait for the guy. Okay. So number 4 of the 8 criteria, it says nothing of the destruction in the immediate area of the construction. It just talks about the adverse impact around the existing natural resources within the surrounding area. Do you does it cause substantial adverse impact in the area that the TMT is being made?
What I testified to earlier is that on the TMT site, there will be quite a complete change in what's there.
Change, would you call that significant adverse?
To that particular property, it will be, I didn't use the term, but it'll be completely changed from where it is now, yes.
Like irreparable damage kind of change?
Depends upon what you mean by irreparable. There is
irreparable, no can be repaired, not even will be original looking?
Well, we've talked about the plans for bringing the site back after the use is discontinued. So there's clearly an intent in my mind to do as much to restore the site after the use is terminated as possible.
Do you, part of that, did it say original looking or maybe something looking like original when you reconstruct the area or restore the area? What does the lease say? Do you know?
Scope of the direct, the lease is not in evidence or ours.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Objection beyond the scope of direct, asking about a document that the witness doesn't have in front of them.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking if he recollected.
Oh, you ask him if he recollects what is the name of the document?
Where were we? Gee, I forget what's it.
I'm so sorry.
Could you read that back for me, please?
Maybe. Do you say the original looking, or maybe something look like original, reconstruct the area, or restore the area? What does the lease say?
Okay. Well, let me rephrase that. Okay. I know you read that, you spoke about it just about now, about decommissioning and all that good things. So does that, can you say it one more time? Maybe you say it the third time, you might remember too.
When you say original looking, or maybe something look like original, reconstruct the area or restore the area, what does the lease say?
Yeah.
There is not a lease if you're talking about Which
Talking about
there's a
when
master
you
lease and there's
restore
a-
the area after you have destroyed it, and you're going to make take up the telescope, decommission it, deconstruct it. And is it going to be in original form, or is it going to have a scar there? And,
The proposal calls for bringing the site as nearly as possible back to original conditions. There's a whole process that's part of the sub-plans of the overall comprehensive management plan that deals with the process for that, and the details get worked out in that process. So I can't answer your question specifically now.
Okay, but you can later.
It's not my, well,
Okay.
it's not at the moment.
Under your
decided.
Kuleana. Okay,
Right,
okay.
it's not my Kuleana,
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll wait for the next guy too. Right on. Okay, so it says here let's go to number 1. The proposed land use is consistent with the purpose of the conservation district. Okay, so the purpose of the conservation district is to regulate land use in the conservation district for the purpose of conserving, protecting, and preserving the important natural resources of the state through appropriate management and use to promote the long-term sustainability and public health, safety, and welfare. Would you venture to say that appropriate management and use on their long-term sustainability of the TMT and public health, safety, and welfare is for conserving, protecting, and preserving the natural resources of the state?
I think the appropriate use is what's defined in the comprehensive management plan and the sub-plans, and those are all intended to protect all varieties of resources that are present within the area.
So if your proposal does not really protect or preserve or the natural resources of the state, then to appropriate management, then
well, I think the application argues that, in fact, appropriate management is part of the proposal. So I don't.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, well, I don't want to argue, but when you look at it, would you venture to say that appropriate management and use is for the long-term sustainability, public health, safety, and welfare, and is it for appropriate management, is it for conserving, protecting, and preserving natural resources?
Yes, and the board put it into the resource subzone and defined what could be there, and said that in order to do a use that, including observatories there, you need a management plan that we approve, and that.
Yeah, if it shows that it protects, preserves.
Yes, and the board decides whether or not that plan is adequate.
Okay. Would you venture to say that it does that?
Yes.
Okay, right on. So, on page 11, line 16 of your direct written testimony,
So page 11 where?
Page 11, line 16.
Can you?
You state in part that while adding the TMT will add a visual element to the northern plateau.
You said line 6. It's not. There are no line numbers. That's why. So.
I know. I need to have to count them.
6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm either not counting the same. Can you give me what the paragraph starts with first?
Okay, it's looks like the second paragraph. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So,
five lines down.
That line on my page starts with Maui.
No, several other aspects of TMT.
I'm sorry. This is what I have on page 11. Page 11, and I'm not sure. If you point me there.
It says several other aspects of TMT?
Yes, I got, okay, we're on the same paragraph. That's good.
Right on. I was kind of wondering. well, it says in part, while adding the TMT, it will add a visual element to the northern plateau that is not currently there.
It says, thus, while it will add a visual element to the northern plateau that is not currently there, the addition represents a modest incremental change to the resource subzone.
Yeah, right on. Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little more about this modest incremental change?
We're talking about a resource subzone within which there are many existing astronomical facilities and support facilities. So what I'm saying is that the addition of an additional observatory within the 525-acre area is a modest incremental change. Sort of, there's going to be something there that was not there. And if you'll remember, this entire application also speaks about other management changes, including decommissioning of facilities that will decrease the number of observatories. So I'm saying this is not the introduction of an entirely new use. It's a very modest change to what's already going on there.
So you're talking about the summit area, and you're talking about the northern plateau. Is there telescopes on the northern plateau?
There is, yes. In fact, it depends on how you want to call them, but the SMA has many pads that are down there, and they move equipment from piece to piece based on the research they're doing at that particular time.
Sure. So in that area, I'm talking about the new area that is being explored.
The new area?
Yeah, you know.
You said the northern plateau.
Sir,
okay.
Just a minute.
I'm just saying, huh?
We need to talk one at a time because we can only take down the words of one person at a time.
I'm glad she has a recorder.
So if you can please repeat the question, then I'm going to ask the witness to answer it.
Can you, did you get that last one?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, we was talking about the little modest incremental change. Oh, okay, I see where you stay at. Okay. Must be my misdirection of northern plateau, because when I look out there and I see an empty space, I think that's the northern plateau, but you're talking about just past the summit downward toward the northern plateau, and that's, I'm talking about the
You're talking
developed area.
Yeah. I think you're talking about the relatively gently sloping area on which SMA is already located and on which the proposed TMT site is located and the access way is located.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, would you say that that modest incremental change brought about by the addition of the TMT, as discussed on page 11, line 16 of your direct written testimony, has the effect of preserving or improving upon the existing physical and environmental aspects of the land, such as natural beauty and open space characteristics?
As we said in the application, we believe that to be true of the combined set of activities that's proposed. So that includes TMT, but it includes other things as well.
I'm just talking about that area.
So if we just talk about that area, there's going to be a new visual element there that's not there now.
Yeah, and it's going to, on page 13, line 7 of your direct written testimony, we take it there, and me too. It states in part that the TMT project has been designed, will be operated, and will be implement various measures to ensure that the long-term impacts of the project will be brought to moderate, minor, or even negligible levels. Do you believe that there are significant qualitative differences between moderate, minor, and negligible levels of impact?
Well, yes, negligible means really undetectable. Moderate means you'll be able to see a change, but it's not a significant change.
Taking out a lot of material is not a lot of significant change.
I beg
Taking
pardon?
a lot of material out of the area is not a significant change in the area?
The material isn't being taken out of the area. It's being moved from one part of the TMT site to another.
So as people who think the area is sacred and part of the body forms, moving that would not be improving the natural beauty of the place or the open characteristics of the place.
Those people would, I'm not qualified to make that judgment.
Well, I mean, that any part is not from me, that it came from the aspects of the land, such as natural beauty and open space characteristics. Won't that be endangered by that project?
I don't think that it would be endangered. I think if we just go back to the fact that the TMT site itself will look different, it will be changed. There's no doubt about that.
Yes, that's
to a very great extent.
Excuse me. Yeah. There's going to be another question.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Kanaele.
Thank you. I think that's enough for me today.
Thank you, Mr. Kanaele.
Thank you.
Mr. Vicente? Mr. Vicente, before we continue, I apologize to you because this morning I should have asked you if you received the hard copies of all the documents.
I did not receive any. My name is Dwight Vicente, for the record.
You didn't receive anything?
Nothing. Not the testimony or the exhibits. I can work on what he already cross-examined to, except for the ones that he wrote to and exhibits.
So you haven't even seen the direct testimony?
No. That's problematic, but I'll deal with that after I get my questions on his cross-examination done.
Hold on, Mr. Sanderson?
Boxes, all of our written direct testimony and exhibits are available. We have them available. We have not turned them over yet. I understand from Mr. Fergerstrom that he has represented that the other parties have already provided him with theirs.
Yeah, Mr. Fergerstrom said that the other parties have provided all the hard copies already. Is that true?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
For the most part?
Yes. The part that's missing is the stuff that Mr.
Yeah, we're not able to hear you from there. Sorry. I just wanted to be sure Mr. Vicente had a chance to see the direct testimony, but apparently he hasn't.
I'm not sure what he has seen. I do know that we have not received all the items that are being discussed right now by Mr. White.
I'm only asking about your hard copies. When you say for the most part, what does that mean?
I'm not sure what is not here. I do know we don't have the stuff from the university that is being used as exhibits right now.
Do you have the exhibits from the other parties?
Yes.
So all the exhibits from all the other parties, for instance, Mauna Kea Anainaho has 183 submissions. That's all been submitted to you?
Not all of it. However, the most part. I'm most concerned about this particular gentleman because he's talking about documents we don't have at all.
Well, I'm concerned about all of the hard copies because it's coming up. You know, the next witness is going to be coming to testify and all the others, so we have to be sure you get.
I agree. I'm waiting for mine.
So it looks like at least the university has their hard copies for you today.
But you certainly understand the complexity here. I mean, we have to be able to review them to be able to speak about Mr. White's testimony because he's using that.
I just wanted to know if you had the hard copies, that's all.
No, I haven't yet. They said they have them for me. I haven't received them yet.
But you have them from Mauna Kea, Anainaho, from all the other, from TIO?
Again, I don't know what's in there, so I can't tell you what I've received. I received a whole bunch of stuff. In particular, I'm not sure what you're asking me about.
I'm asking if you received all the hard copies you said you didn't get.
No, I have not.
Okay. So going back to Mr. Vicente. So Mr. Vicente, it sounds like the university has their hard copies for you, but
I haven't received it yet. I haven't received the individuals under Werderman. I haven't received some from other individuals. I got from TIO, and I got partial from the UH, which is just a list and their opening statement or whatever they call that.
okay, so I don't know how you could be prepared to.
I'm just prepared to deal with what he answered in the cross only.
Yeah.
We can head in that direction for now until I run out of bullets.
Okay. All right, so why don't we go ahead, and if you're comfortable with that, that's fine. And if this evening I'm going to ask you to take a look at the direct testimony of this witness, and if you have anything further that you need to be ready to do that tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, because the direct testimony is 11 pages. And I know that there are exhibits and other things that were referred to as well, but they were pretty limited, and we were able to put it up on the wall so you could see it as we were talking about it. But if you see something else, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and go ahead forward with your cross-examination, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. White. The word conservation district has been thrown around quite a bit.
Yes.
Can you tell me who designated the lands to be conservation?
The Board of Land and Natural Resources.
Did they get it from the federal government?
No.
Did they get it from the appointee of the federal government being a governor?
I'm not aware of the governor being an appointee. I voted.
Oh, let me get it straight then. We're talking about territorial days after 1900. We'll be going back since you did history, according to what you stated with Dexter Kaiama, that you majored in history. I don't know what history, though. That's a question, too. What history?
I looked at a lot of places. If I had any specialty, it was in East Asia. That was in the early 60s. The East Asia's changed a lot, but at any rate.
What about American history?
I studied some American history.
When we speak of the United States, how many states under the Constitution is there? Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3.
Right now, there are 50 states.
Under Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3.
I don't have that document.
Question, offer of proof as to this line of testimony or questioning.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Vicente?
Leading to the kingdom and the overthrow and the reciprocity treaty of 1875 coming forward to why we're here today.
So if he doesn't know anything about that, he won't be able to answer your questions.
I understand that. That's why I want to know what the history and how much history he does know about.
So you're trying to set some foundation.
Trying to.
Okay, and Mr. White, I'm going to ask you to listen to the questions, please, and answer them specifically, because he has a reason to ask you these questions, and if you're able to answer them, you're supposed to, and if you cannot, you cannot. So go ahead and set the foundation, please. You're asking him about his study of history.
Your study of history, does it include the United States?
Yes.
Does that include the Northwest Ordinance of 1787?
I know the name. I do not know the detailed contents. So no.
Does the United States consist of more than 13 states under the Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution?
I don't know. If you have, we could read from it. I don't know.
You made a statement that the state of Hawaii exists.
Yes, I did.
Can you prove that?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled. Can you prove it, yes or no?
No.
On the American, so-called American flag everybody referred to, it has how many stars on there?
50.
How many stripes are there on there?
13.
Why is there an odd number of stars and stripes on the so-called American flag?
You're talking about a different, when you say odd number, you mean, because 50 is an even number. If you're talking about the 13, why is that the question?
Why is there only 13 stripes on that flag?
Because at the very beginning there were only that many states.
Being that in the beginning, when they wrote the Constitution in 1791, there was only 13 states, is there any amendment that adds any new states into the Union?
I don't know if it was done by amendment.
He doesn't know.
You said the Conservation Use District, who declared it?
That was the state of Hawaii.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the man named Walter F. Freer? F-R-E-A-R?
Not that I can place.
Did you notice his name in the general lease that UH relies on?
No.
You haven't?
No.
Well, his name is all over in the general lease. He's making a statement in there that's being consistently stated in there. He calls demised lands. What would your reference be to demised as a meaning?
I'm not a land use attorney, and so I don't know.
Mr. Freer, F-R-E-A-R, was appointed governor in 1909 by the U.S. president. Do you know why that is?
Why he was appointed? No, I don't.
Do you know that he was an appointee under the president because of the Northwest Ordinance of 1780?
No.
87? Does the Northwest Ordinance apply to this so-called kingdom?
I don't know.
When I speak about kingdom, it's existing right now.
Is there a question there?
Well, if you understand that we're actually in the Hawaiian kingdom, because you keep referring to the state of Hawaii.
I'm not hearing a question.
There's no question there. Do you understand that the role of the Northwest Ordinance in the creation of the 37 so-called equal footing states?
No.
Do you know that the United States consists of 13 perpetual Union states under the Articles of Confederation and the U.S. Constitution?
No.
Do you see a distinction between the two perpetual Union states as the equal footing states?
Do not answer. Mr. Ng.
Registered objection clause. These are issues that were excluded by minute order number 19. And I understand that some latitude is necessary and that he's appearing pro se, but this was argued
Can you go to the mic? We can't hear you.
The issues that are being raised by Mr. Vicente were argued in motions. Those motions were denied. They were excluded by minute order number 19 as issues to be resolved in this contested case proceeding. So as I indicated without the benefit of the mic, I believe that some latitude is necessary because Mr. Vicente is appearing pro se, but this is in direct violation of the minute order. Thank you.
So, Mr. Vicente, what I'm most concerned about is, are we getting to a point here that this witness can answer? And thus far, his answers to your questions leads me to think he's not qualified to answer your further questions in this line.
Well, he made some statements under cross that is questionable.
Like what?
State of Hawaii, Conservation District, which no such lands exist in the Hawaiian Kingdom. There's only Crown and government lands.
Okay, but that's argument, and I imagine that you'll be able to put that forward or not, depending on what your issues are and how we can move forward. Mr. Ng is correct that I did rule out certain issues as being immaterial to this contested case hearing. So, but I'm not ruling on that right now. I'm more concerned that the questions you're trying to get answered from this witness, he's not capable of answering.
Well, we need to find that out.
Well,
because they keep making a statement that's based on hearsay. There's no documents to prove any of the things he stated.
You've already asked him more than half a dozen questions, and he said he doesn't know, and he doesn't know.
Well, he should have been making statements that it's not true,
Well,
or
then
can't be proven, I should say.
Then that becomes argument, and you're welcome to argue that at the end of the case. You can challenge his credibility at the end of the case and for the reasons that you wish, but for now, if you want to ask any further questions, they need to be within this witness's areas of understanding and knowledge.
Well, that I don't know because I don't have no written testimony or the exhibits, so I'm limited right now.
Okay, thank you.
To Mr. Vicente, a copy of written testimony immediately.
Couldn't hear it.
I don't see how that's going to be very helpful. It's 11 pages long. The university has offered to make Mr. Vicente's, Mr. White's direct testimony written statement available for Mr. Vicente now, but it's 11 pages long. I think it would not be very fair to you, which is why I would like to take it up at the end of the day and make sure you at least have overnight to look at it.
Well, I got a motion right now to strike the witness testimony, written testimony, and the exhibits off the record.
Wait, did you file the motion? Oh,
no motion has been filed yet. I'm doing an oral motion.
You're making an oral motion to strike the witness's testimony, and why?
And the exhibits, because I haven't received any. It's past the due date already. I gave them plenty of time to. Last week I made it known that I didn't receive any.
Mr. Sanderson?
Mr. Vicente was properly served with a thumb drive with all the documents on it. It would have been perfectly...
I'm going to ask you to get to the mic, please.
Mr. Vicente was served in accordance with your instructions with a thumb drive, and so it was available to him. He could have gone to a copy center and simply had it printed. We have gone to the extra effort that you asked to have everything printed. That's done, and we don't believe that he has been prejudiced.
Okay.
For the record, I don't use electronics, and a thumb drive would do me no good because I'm in the book world yet, all papers, and that's why you see very little papers coming out of me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vicente. You're done with your cross. And as to your motion, I'm going to ask you to put it in writing, please.
Okay.
And submit it that way. I'd rather look at it and understand it before I rule on it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kealoha?
Kamahana Kealoha here. Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. White, for your patience, and I want to thank everybody else, too, for your presence. And aloha. I'm appearing pro se, so please bear with me. If I'm doing something wrong, I'm sure somebody will point it out, so mahalo ahead of time. Give me 1 second. I hope it helps, but for my questioning, I'll be referencing Exhibit A1, the Conservation District Use Application, Exhibit A55, the Cultural Impact Assessment, I believe that's called, and the third one, which would just back up the laws I'm going to bring up, which would be my exhibits, but I don't think I need an exhibit for the law. Well, we'll see. I want to clarify one thing. Earlier, I was told to turn off my camera during when you broke the hearing, so I was confused about that because, like, when we're out of plenary, certain rules don't apply. So I don't know if that's the same here. Could you?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I'm only familiar with legislative Roberts rules. When we're out of plenary, usually. The normal rules of the public apply, so I was confused about that with the filming when we broke for the hearing on break.
Yes, you might remember way back we said we're going to follow the Supreme Court rule on recordation of the proceedings and what have you. So in the course of this case, at least in our forum, I am not going to allow recordation for the reasons that I have already stated. But does that have to do with your questions of this witness, or?
No, not at all. I didn't know when else I would address that, so Kalamai.
Okay,
Even
sorry.
during when I don't know if you gavelled us out or whatever you call that.
We were in recess, during the lunch recess.
So even during recess?
Right.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, Mr. Kealoha.
I also want to make a motion for consideration that even though you may feel that we have had enough time to prepare, and I've been lucky to have another day, I would request that I would need more time on behalf of myself and maybe anybody else who supports that to prepare for this, like a whole 24 hours at least.
To prepare for what?
Cross-examination of the witnesses. We can read ahead of time, but then what's actually happening here is a totally different animal to me. And just want to put that out there.
This is not an easy process. I totally understand.
Can my
and
motion be received?
It is a lot, but this witness has been testifying since last week. So we've had quite a bit of time for everyone, and because you're later in the cross-examination, you had even a little extra time.
I understand.
And then in addition to which, we agreed that we would give everybody at least 48 hours. So, you know, already there were people that were scheduled to testify today that you should be prepared to cross-examine.
Yes, and I don't know the measure of it all, how you're gauging it, but I'm just putting my protest forward because it's not enough time for me.
Okay. I hear you.
Okay, so moving on. Kalamai. Mahalo. So, Mr. Perry Wright, I believe you stated when you first started your examination, and aloha again, that you were an expert in land use, planning, and analysis, or was it your lawyer that mentioned that? Is that true?
What I say is that I'm a planner in my testimony.
Okay, I verbally heard something else. So when you say planner, does that pertain to land use and analysis?
Yes, we prepare permit applications. We do a lot of environmental planning.
Got it. Could you define land use according to your expertise and in this situation?
Land use decision-making about what one does on land, so it has a whole variety of aspects to it.
Sounds self-explanatory. Are you aware, or have you seen the, I don't know if this is the first question I should ask, but I'm trying to lay a foundation, like you said. Have you seen the land title to these lands?
Personally, no.
Okay. Do you know if these lands are within the inventory of the so-called state of Hawaii?
The inventory of the state, it's not a term
There is a question to you. Do you know if these lands are in an inventory? Yes or no?
I don't understand. No.
You don't know?
I don't understand what inventory he's referring to. That's what I didn't understand. And I was trying just clarification for that.
He didn't understand your question.
Well, when an entity owns something, usually they have an inventory of it somewhere, and I was asking if you're familiar with any such inventory.
There is a tax map key number for the parcel, so I'm assuming that it's registered.
So have you seen the tax map key, the actual form?
I have seen a tax map, a copy of a tax map.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Where did the boundaries of your CDUA and CIA come from?
The CDUA is tied to a tax map key number, which is related to the university's lease of the land, I believe.
So how did you know where to begin the survey and where to end it within boundaries? Have you seen boundaries?
I've seen a map. I didn't draw the map.
So you don't? How can you do an assessment on a land parcel if you don't have boundaries for them? Like as far as this is where the boundary of the specific parcel ends, where they're going to build, and this is where it begins, and this is where they meet, and this is how long it goes, and how much land it encompasses. How do you do an assessment without boundaries, or do you have those boundaries?
I just said that there is a boundary. It's the tax map key, so there's a parcel number.
Okay, Kalamai.
And there is also a boundary to the observatory precinct.
Could you describe the total land encompassed in these boundaries, the amount?
In round numbers, the parcel is 11,200 plus acres. The observatory precinct is 525 acres, approximately.
Mahalo. On this tax map key, does it indicate the owner of these lands?
I believe it says the state of Hawaii.
All right. A tax map key, what is your understanding of the purpose of that document? Is it a deed of title?
No, it's a map, but there's typically, I don't know in this case, but typically then a deed. I don't know the circumstances of this. I don't have the document.
Do you ever verify ownership of properties you have to assess?
I did not personally verify it. No.
Is it your responsibility to make sure that your client owns the actual lands that you have to assess?
I don't think so.
So anybody could come to you and ask you to make an assessment on erroneous lands and you don't verify ownership or authority?
If I looked around and I didn't see things falling into place, like finding the names on the TMKs, I would start to ask questions. But so in this case, everything fit. I believed what I've been told.
When you say everything fit?
I didn't see any inconsistencies.
How about today, now, after the line of questionings? Do you see any inconsistencies?
No.
Thank you. Just a second. You mentioned in your previous testimonies, and I can just quote it, and tell me if I'm correct. As a result, I'm well acquainted with the project and with the contents of the CDUA. Do you remember saying that? You were well acquainted with the project and with the contents of the CDUA?
Yes.
Being well acquainted doesn't not include in your perspective confirming land title?
Maybe I don't understand the question. Could you just repeat it once more?
Confirming land title is not part of your acquaintance with, I mean, you call yourself well acquainted, yet you don't seem to have confirmed land title. And so I'm questioning whether land title is part of that assessment of yourself, that you're well acquainted with the CDUA and CIA.
I already said I did not personally go back to check the land titles.
So would you withdraw your statement that you're well acquainted?
No.
Okay. Interesting. 1 second. The conclusion you proposed, or that you finalized, is that there's no significant impact to the area. Is that correct?
The words that you're talking about are those from the environmental impact statement. We described the effects that there would be within the conservation district, and we discussed the consistency with the conservation district objectives.
So you wouldn't say there's no significant impact?
If you're asking for me
professionally.
Professionally, I looked at the EIS and have concluded that this would not have significant, this project would not have significant adverse effects.
Okay. Could you describe again the cultural component of the CDUA and the EIS? How does the cultural assessment fit into the CDUA and the EIS?
Well, I can talk about the CDUA, and there's a section within the application that discusses cultural resources. It describes historic properties and traditional and customary practices, the historic properties that are present, the cultural practices that seemed relevant to the proposed project, the impacts on those, and on customary Native Hawaiian rights.
How much does
all of that is in this document.
Mahalo. How much does that weigh on the total decision for the CDUA to be put through?
It is the board that makes the decision. I can't answer that question.
Okay.
How they would weigh it.
You make the assessment, though. How does that weigh in on your assessment? Do you not make the assessment? I'm sorry.
It's one of the factors we considered, and we laid out what we thought would.
Could you quantify that or tell us?
No, I'm not able to quantify it.
So it could be anywhere from 0.009% that it matters to, I mean, like, is there a window? Is there guidelines for how much the cultural impact assessment counts towards your total assessment?
Not that I'm aware of.
So it's left to your discretion?
It's not left to it's the board's discretion when they decide whether or not to issue a permit once they've been given all of the information after considering the application and all the supporting documents.
Let's talk about your recommendation, though, because how much does it matter in your personal recommendation? How do you factor that in? Because you recommend this. You make a recommendation to the board. It's not just the board making their own decision. They count on you.
Yes.
So how do you quantify or include this cultural assessment into your recommendation?
I try to balance. I cannot put a number to that, but we tried to look at all sides and to look at the things that were being done on the plus side of the ledger. So
sounds erroneous. Would you say it was erroneous?
I wouldn't say it was erroneous. No.
Okay.
Sustain. Please don't argue with the witness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You may ask a question, though.
I don't know how to. I didn't mean to argue. How would you, if it's not erroneous? I'm not understanding how it factors into your recommendation still. Could you maybe expand how the cultural assessment is included and affects your recommendation? Because you can't quantify it, you said.
I said I can't quantify it. That's true.
Could you describe it then in your own words?
Sure. We tried to look at the cultural practices and other values that would be affected by this project, and in the overall context of those, decide whether or not that would disqualify this project from receiving, not just the project, but the request for a permit from receiving approval by the board. And on balance, our conclusion was that it did not.
How do you, to prevent bias, for example, how do you assess a culture that you might not practice in this situation? How did you go about that?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Are you an expert on Hawaiian cultural practice?
No.
Was anybody on your team for the recommendation an expert on Hawaiian cultural practice?
There was extensive discussion of that within the EIS, and that's where the team was, and that's where we drew information from.
And where do you justify these expertise on Hawaiian cultural practice? I'm just still trying to understand how you can assess a culture that you yourself might not practice. You just guess? Oh, that's a question.
No.
Do you just guessed?
No, we didn't just guess. We looked at the information that had been gathered throughout the planning, environmental impact statement process, and tried to summarize that in the application.
So you don't bring in practitioners to sit with you and make that decision?
I was not personally part of that whole process that took place during the preparation of the environmental impact statement when all of those materials were being prepared, discussed. So I'm not the one who's in a position to answer the questions you're asking.
Just a minute. Are you asking him about the preparation of the EIS or the preparation of his own report?
His report and his recommendation. I'm sorry.
So he's asking you whether you brought in a cultural practitioner to consult with as you wrote your report, or did your report?
We did not separately bring in a cultural practitioner as we wrote the report.
Okay. Your expertise are in business management. It says on your land tenure. I mean, it says on your,
no.
Is that wrong? I'm asking. I'm sorry.
That's incorrect. I have a master's degree in regional planning with an emphasis on the environmental aspects of that from the University of Pennsylvania.
Sorry. Regional planning, teaching certificate, and a BA in history and economics. I might have got business from that, so that's not what I meant. I don't see anything here that says that you're an expert on anything cultural or cultural assessments. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Do you think that is problematic? Making an assessment that includes cultural impact and not having an expert and you not being an expert? Do you think that's problematic?
No, I don't. We have information here on air quality impacts, on noise impacts. I'm not an expert in any of those things. We try to draw as well as we can on the information that's contained in reports prepared by others. So.
And how do you get chosen for this recommendation?
You would have how did we get chosen?
How did you end up being the person
to prepare the document?
Yeah, to make a recommendation to the board.
We were asked to put together the application by the university through.
And when you say asked, was this a lottery? Did you bid for it?
I don't know what you mean.
Or did they hand pick you?
I don't know the process that they went through.
Objection, calling for speculation.
Sir,
I think it's important.
I'm going to sustain the objection. We can't ask him to guess about what somebody else's reasoning or thinking was.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you did not bid for this, and you did not have to compete with other of the same expertise for this kuleana?
Do you know?
I did not bid for it. I assume there was a competition, but I don't know.
I'm just interested in whether...
You got your answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I even ask him to expand on that and tell me how it went down, how you got, how they called you, how they called upon you?
If you know.
I don't know all what went into their calling.
Did you get an email? Did you get a phone call? I'm serious.
Actually, I don't recall.
Okay, moving on. You said that you were aware of burials today.
Yes.
On the Mauna. Would burials and or burial grounds be considered cultural?
Certainly there's a cultural aspect to that.
Would they be considered spiritual or religious?
Typically.
Now, you use the word typically, and I want to understand the distinction. What do you mean by typically?
Commonly, very often, yes.
In this case?
Probably.
How involved were you in the conservation district use application? Because you say probably, but no. I think earlier you said that you were very well acquainted.
Yes.
So is it yes or no? I think probably is kind of...
But no, but the probably is...
Yeah, he's given you an answer already. If you want him to expand on that, you can ask that, but I know, and you're doing fine. So if you want him to expand on that, but you can't argue with him.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know we were arguing. Okay, so I kind of want you to expand on that.
Would you please restate the question?
Right. Give me a second.
Sure.
Kind of broke my train of thought. Would the court reporter be able to help me out with what my exact wording was? I'm sorry to ask. It had to do with the burials and, okay.
How involved were you in the conservation district use application? When you said probably, I think earlier you said you were very well acquainted. And you said yes, and you said, so it is a general, I think probably is kind of, you go in and said no, but probably is
Okay, let me reword that then. When you say probably, it leads me to believe that you were not very well acquainted. Would you like to change your answer?
I had not intended my probably to refer to involved in the preparation of the conservation district use application. If that's what I said, I misspoke on that. I was very involved in that.
Now back to the burials. Earlier, when you were asked who I don't know the exact wording, but it was a question about who defines or who defines culturally appropriate. Do you remember what your answer was?
Not precisely, no.
What would be your answer now? Who defines culturally appropriate?
I think different people define what is culturally appropriate in different ways. So everybody has their own definition.
Excuse me, before we get too far off track, if you can set the context of what you're asking, who defines culturally appropriate in what context?
Okay, who defines culturally appropriate in terms of your recommendation, in terms of the 8 criteria?
I'm sorry, I can't, I don't know how to tell you who defines it. I don't know what you mean.
What standards do you use to define culturally appropriate? Because I think you use the terminology, right? Culturally appropriate?
I don't actually recall using the term culturally appropriate, but
my mistake then. A cultural, did you have anything to do with the CIA and the cultural assessment, or did you just use it as a reference?
just used it as a reference.
And how did you verify its validity? Did you vet its facts?
I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Are burials, back again to that question, what was your answer to the question, are burials spiritual or religious?
I don't recall. I mean, burials are bodies placed in the ground. What people attach to them can have spiritual significance, it can have religious significance. I don't understand what you're asking me.
How do you incorporate that in your assessment of cultural and spiritual?
We discussed in the application information that we'd drawn from other sources about burials.
So purely, and what sources are these that you have used?
What sort?
What sources are these that you have used? I see you've used Paul Madley's 2005 Mauna Kea cultural assessment. I see that referenced in your CDUA. Is that right?
Yes, there were a whole, and off the top of my head, I can't dredge up all the references, I apologize. But we tried to review the available materials.
So the CIA prepared in support of the environmental impact statement, the CDUA.
No, the CIA was prepared in support of the environmental impact statement.
Which in turn supports your assessment.
Yes,
and also,
but it was done before we did this.
2005.
Pardon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just guessing. When before?
Probably, I don't know the exact date, but it was finished months, if not a year before.
Including the 2005 Mali and Mali cultural research project, in your assessment, I see that they have identified a range of ongoing cultural practices, and I'll try to pull them up for you right now. They're also listed in the bibliography of the cultural impact assessment.
To the extent that the cross-examiner is asking about a specific document, we ask that it be shown to the witness.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm asking if the Mali and Mali 2005 document that the CDUA says was included, I'm not asking, I'm asking yes I am. I'm asking if he's familiar, as he says he's well acquainted with.
What the application...
Sir, just a minute, please. I'm asking...
Sorry, and I'm just trying to do this the right way. But,
Sir, so there's a specific document, is there an exhibit number or something that we can show the witness so he can see the same thing you're looking at?
Yes, there is, and just a second, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Thank you for the guidance. Exhibit A 001 is the CDUA. In it, on page 4 through 5, the document by Mali and Mali is referenced. So I'm talking about Exhibit 1, the CDUA, pages 4 through 5, in 4.14, sorry, section 4.14.
Yes.
Do you have that at hand?
Yes, I do.
So the way it works is you'll be able to ask about that Exhibit A1, but if you want to ask about the Mali and Mali report, that has to be also shown to this witness. So I'm not sure what you want to ask about.
I want to ask how the burial assessment in that report was taken into consideration, if or if not it was.
You mean the Malley and Malley report?
Yes.
Okay, so you need to show him the Malley and Malley report.
Could I request that we also have an Elmo up here? Is that what that's called? The projector?
I'm old, I don't know that.
Because I do have it here, and I could show it to you. And oh, yeah, something to facilitate what you're requiring, which is showing what we're talking about. And because it's part of the CDUA, I didn't think I'd have to bring my own copies, but it's an exhibit.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if you want to ask him about the Malley and Malley report, that's what you have to show him.
Okay. Is there a way to project my computer from here? Could I sit next to him and put this, prop this up? I mean, you got security all over. We're good. I'm not trying to get kicked out. I'm not trying to stay. Nah, but you know.
So you don't have a hard copy is what it is.
I'm sorry, I don't. I'm hundreds of miles away from my printer at home.
You don't have to apologize.
I apologize.
But maybe if you can refer us to the exhibit, we might have it.
It can be found online at Ulukau, which is a public site. If anybody, I don't think he has a computer though.
But it's not in the exhibits?
Not on its own, but it's referenced by these exhibits, by this exhibit, Exhibit 1. And as such, I would think it was germane.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to ask your questions based on this exhibit. But if you're going to ask this witness about the Malley and Malley report itself, you know, then he should have a right opportunity to see what you're talking about. That's all. So go ahead and ask your questions.
Well, my questions would be quoting the Malley and Malley report and asking him how it got incorporated, if at all.
Oh, so you're asking about the report itself.
Yeah, and I don't know what the remedies would be, but I have it here. I can plug my computer in. I can print it and bring it tomorrow if you'd let me come back.
Under duress and coercion?
Yes. Well, I've explained it to you. I'm sorry. Okay. Phew. This is what I mean when I need more time.
Yeah, we can't do this. I'll tell you what, why don't we take a...
It is an exhibit.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Thank you.
And then maybe you can organize your exhibits, and then we'll come back and pick up where we left off.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
You're watching Naleo TV.
Okay, let's resume, please.
Come put it back on the page you want.
We have the,
It has fallen over. I just want to make sure it's where you want it.
Does this thing turn more? Can I tilt it more?
Well, I mean, we can do this. No, we can do this. But the page number on here, I want it where you want it.
Wasn't it toggle? So I'll just put it on here. Let me toggle from R1 dash page 2. This one right here. To R1 dash page 3. Or no, sorry. I'll tell you which one. R1 dash page 4. So those two, R1 dash page 2 and R1 dash page 4. I'll come and change it for you. Okay. And I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Almost ready. And we're ready. Okay, let's start right there. And if you want to verify where it comes from, just scroll down, 2 fingers.
Yeah.
I'll try to help you out with that. And thank you all for your patience. Oh. It'd almost be better if I could just sit right here.
He, of course, has all of yours.
I almost think it'll be faster if I walk back and forth and just put this underneath there.
yeah.
And I'm sorry, that's my suggestion.
Don't worry about that. I appreciate your accommodation to all of us. So we have Mr. Perry White resuming the stand and continued cross-examination by Mr. Kealoha. So Mr. Kealoha, you want to go forward?
Yes, I do. Back to the burial topic. I want to ask Mr. White, do you speak Hawaiian?
No, I do not.
Do you have any burials on the Mauna in your own genealogy that you know of?
No.
Can you describe how you assess burials, rites, practices, and mitigation?
I don't typically do that.
Was burials taken into your account for your assessment and your recommendation?
Reports that we referenced in here do consider burials?
Absolutely. One of those reports I noticed is Malley and Malley 2005. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. In your CDUA, page 4 to 8, now in the CDUA, Exhibit 1, 4.2.5, subtitled Burial Blessings. Are we there?
Yes.
It states, and I'm taking it out of the sentence, human burials can no longer occur on Mauna Kea under state law. Some descendants currently take part in blessing ceremonies within the MKSR to honor their ancestors. Are you there with me?
I am.
Can you confirm that's what it says?
That's what it says.
Okay. The other comment in that same section claims the site of the proposed TMT observatory is over 1 mile from the nearest known or possible burial identified during past archaeological studies. No specific sites have been documented as associated with burial blessing ceremonies within the Northern Plateau. As a result, the project is not anticipated to have substantial adverse effects on any burial blessing practices occurring on Mauna Kea and would not impact this traditional and customary Native Hawaiian rite. Is that a statement that you recommended to the board?
That's the statement. You quoted correctly from this report.
Okay. Now, you acknowledge using Malley and Malley 2005 as part of your assessment.
Malley and Malley was one of the references that was used in all of those reports that went into this, including the comprehensive management.
Yes, and I'm going to take this up to you and ask you how it was. Give me one moment. I don't know if we can enlarge it, but oh, I see. Thank you. Okay, we're going to try to be careful this time, but I'm going to bring it up to you, and we won't touch it.
We won't. I won't anyway.
Now, this is exhibit R1 from my own exhibits, and this is also the reference you use for your assessment.
What it says here is the CMP and the cultural impact assessment prepared in support of the environmental impact statement for the TMT project, as well as earlier studies, have identified a range of ongoing cultural practices and beliefs involving Mauna Kea that have origins.
Mr. White, excuse me. He's just asking about that document, I think.
And I was trying to read from the portion of the application that references that.
And he's asking you if you use this document that he's showing you on the overhead.
And what I was trying to say was that we use documents that use that document. So I did not personally review this document.
Okay. So maybe you could answer that way, and then we can...
We could. I apologize.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to be clear so that we have clear answers to the questions that you are able to answer.
Are you able to see the writing on that? Oh, sorry. Were you done?
The highlighted one?
It starts with Elena. It's the larger block. I can read it to you if you can't see it.
I can see one burial features extending from the summit to the lowland. Is that the one?
Yes, please. If you can read that, I know it's
to the lowland. Specific mention is made in several important historical accounts recorded by both Native witnesses and non-Hawaiians of the presence of burials in the Pu'u and summit plateau of Mauna Kea. The remains of individuals who share ties to Mauna Kea are still taken to the various Pu'u on Mauna Kea for interment.
My concern is the very first sentence. Elena, burial features extending from the summit to the lowlands. What does that mean to you?
It says that there are at least some in the lowlands and there are at least some in the summit area.
You use the word some, and how do you justify that? I mean, it could be
I was trying
plethora, yeah? Oh, sorry. Why did you choose to use the word some? Are you
summit? It's. I was reading from the first line there.
I'm sorry. Let me be clear. It's my fault. Some. You said some in the lowlands and some in the mountainous areas. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where do you deduce? Is that the right word? Some.
Well, it says.
Shucks. Okay, bottom line, was this included in your assessment, this particular statement?
I don't recall.
Because it seems to say the opposite of what you're saying. You keep injecting the word some. Is there a reason for that?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. I can't even get it. I don't understand the answer anymore. So could you ask the question? I'm sorry, Mr. Kealoha.
He said his understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that some burials were located in the summit area and some burials were located in the lowlands.
All I was trying to do is to read from this, and it says that it extends. It doesn't talk about the distribution, so...
Yeah, I'm concerned about the deduction that it's some. It sounds like There's less, is that what you're implying?
Oh, not at all. I don't know the distribution, so
okay.
This simply says that there's some that are at the summit and some in the lowlands. And presumably all throughout.
Come on.
But,
I don't see the word some is my contention, and I just want to know where that comes from and why.
It comes from the fact that if it was only at the summit area, it wouldn't have said from the lowlands to the summit. So I was not trying to draw any
Okay, I see. So perhaps many, would you say, or perhaps less?
This doesn't tell me.
Okay. The next, and to me, this is a direct contention with the statement in your CDUA. Let's go back to the CDUA, just a second, sorry. Thank you for your patience. Where on pages 4 through 8 under burial blessings,
You're talking on a page, but section?
Wait, he hasn't asked a question yet.
Sorry. Thank you for this time, and give me 1 second. I want to make sure I ask this question right. Human burials can no longer occur on Mauna Kea under state law, page 4 through 8, 4.25, CDUA, Exhibit 1. Same pages, same exhibit, CDUA, also states that the TMT observatory is over 1 mile from the nearest known or possible burial. Could you kind of expand on nearest known? Are you implying that there may be more?
I wasn't implying anything.
Okay, why the specific wording, the nearest known burials, instead of no burials?
Because I don't know what I don't know. We're trying to say, based on the information that we had, there were no known burials. There may be burials no one knew about. We're not qualified to judge that.
There very much may be. Mahalo. Are you familiar with Act 171?
No.
This assessment was composed, or the recommendation conservation district use application was composed in what year? 10.
This application was 2010.
2010, 6 years ago.
Yes.
And you're not familiar with Act 171 recently passed in 2015?
No.
Concerning Hawaiian burials?
No.
Am I allowed to make him aware of that?
No.
Even though it's directly opposed to what the assessment says?
You get to ask the questions of this witness based on what he has knowledge of.
Okay. Can I let him know what he's not aware of?
Yeah, I think you just did.
And what it is, what it says exactly?
Well, you're welcome to argue it later on as part of your argument.
Okay, because...
But we need to move on from 171.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, because it shows that he's not aware of 171 and it was not taken into his assessment. Can I say that?
Well, you can ask him the follow-up question, which is,
help me.
I think what you're asking is, okay, you're not aware of 171, therefore it's not been taken into account in your 2010
So what
report.
What was that statement about Hawaiian burials not being legal based on in 2010?
I don't know the specific reference.
Okay. Are you aware that laws change?
Yes.
Okay. Why are we using a 2010 assessment in 2016?
We're reading from the 2010 application.
Is there a statute of time before an assessment may not be valid anymore?
I am not aware of any such law.
So would you be able to use an assessment from 2001 or 1901 for this?
I just told you I'm not aware.
It's overruled. It's argumentative.
How do I ask
Do not
this?
answer. I strike the response.
So you're acknowledging you're not aware of any statutes, is that correct?
No, he was not aware of Act 171 or whatever the question was that you asked about statutes.
So
he didn't say he doesn't know any statutes.
Yeah. So there's no, are there any guidelines that would regulate how old an assessment is that you can use for your recommendation to the board?
I'm not aware of any.
Is 6 years a significant amount of time for an assessment to change?
It's not a matter of years. It depends totally on the situation.
In this situation, is 6 years a substantive amount of time for a new environmental impact statement to be valid, to be called for, to be needed?
Objection beyond the scope of direct.
I'm going to sustain that objection. You're asking him about some hypothetical updated report or whether it should be updated, but that's outside the scope of what his direct testimony is. His direct testimony is about the 2010 report that he did.
Are environmental impact statements subject to change based on new information?
Objection outside the scope of direct.
Yeah, it's the same thing you're trying to get to, but he really should not be testifying about that.
Can I ask if when new information becomes available, how does that affect the assessment whenever it was made, if at all?
Are you talking about when you say the assessment, I'm not sure what assessment you're referring to.
The assessment you made to get to your recommendation to the board. Sorry.
I was not aware of any change that was relevant.
Is there a process set up if new information does become available? For example, those unknown burials or perhaps not existing becoming being discovered. How does that equate into a 2010 assessment? Is there a process set up for that to be amended?
I don't know.
That's a good answer. Are you familiar with Lilinois?
The feature?
What is your understanding of Lilinois?
I've seen it as a geographical reference.
What is your understanding of Kukaha'ula?
I don't know what, again, it's a feature. I've seen it referenced in reports. It has other things, but I don't know how to answer your question.
What is your understanding of those two terms?
I don't know what you mean by my understanding.
How would you describe what you know of Lilinois and what you know of Kukaha'ula in your own words?
I know them as geographical features. I know them as places referenced of cultural significance. I know them as historic areas.
Are you aware of their regard, the regard some Hawaiians have for these two entities as deities?
I've read that, yes.
Are you aware of their simultaneous manifestation as a geographical, simultaneous now with their spiritual understanding of how they exist? Are you aware with that connection as far as geographical and spiritual, not being separate? Are you aware of that?
No.
Do you know their physical manifestations? And what physical manifestations? Can you describe them to me, this geographical, physical manifestations of Lilinoe and Kukaha'ula?
They're Pu'u in the summit area.
Are you aware of any other forms of their geographical and physical presence?
No.
Are you aware of Hawaiian cultural practice and understanding of kinolao, which are bodies of the spiritual? What you tell me, are you aware?
No.
Are you familiar with the terms Ola Na'ivi? These are indispensable, inseparable Hawaiian cultural beliefs. Are you familiar with the term Ola Na'ivi?
No.
Are you familiar with the term Mai Kaula'i Vale Ka'ivi o Nā Kupuna?
No.
Did any of the assessments or writings you use try to familiarize you with any of these customs and practices?
I don't remember.
Yet you say you are, what were the words?
Objection, argumentative.
I'm going to let him finish his question.
Yeah, let me rephrase that. Do you still feel like you're well acquainted with the project and with the contents of the CDUA?
Yes, but the report was written in 2010, so for me to recall many of the things you're asking about.
Would you characterize that? How? Is it problematic? Is it not a problem?
It simply means that I think the report speaks for itself, and I'm not able to add details from my memory that you seem to be seeking.
So would you still insist that you're well acquainted with the Conservation District use application?
Yes, the application is a 2010.
And once again, did you know any of these Hawaiian terms I said I brought to you?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kealoha. And Ms. Freitas? Oh, if you don't mind, Mr. Sanderson.
I'd just like to note for the record that we have turned over the boxes of documents to both Mr. Fergerstrom and to Mr. Vicente. I'd also like to note for the record that Mr. Fergerstrom is using a Apple computer and has been using it throughout this proceeding, and so that's available to him. I'd also like to note that Mr. Vicente has filed electronic documents in this proceeding that necessitate the use of a computer. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take care of that at 4 o'clock in terms of housekeeping, please. Ms. Freitas, thank you for your patience.
Aloha. Aloha, Cindy Freitas. Excuse me, I'm just a pro se, and I'm just learning this on a day-to-day basis on how this process works. So can I approach the bench and give him some documents that he can view and put on the projector as well?
All right, can you tell us what they are, and then you can
All
hand
is
them?
A1, A8, mostly A1. in sections of pages.
So you have sections of pages in A1,
Yes.
and then you also have A8.
Yes.
Okay?
And then I think he has A30 as well?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
A30.
Okay? Did you hand more than one set of copies?
Yeah, I have your copy here. One was for the projector for everybody to view.
Oh, okay.
Because I noticed some of the documents, when you open, it takes a long time to load.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Okay. Aloha, Mr. Wayne. As we go along, on the right-hand corner top, there's numbers. As I do my questions, I'll refer to those numbers so that way you're on the same track as me.
Okay, so I have things that are numbered in the top right corner, 1 and 2.
And so forth and so on. So as I ask my question, I'll tell you about those numbers.
Okay.
That's the page you go to.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. White, in your statement, you have stated that you're the principal author. It says here, I was. When was your time?
2010,
Just 2010?
yes.
Hold on. And also, I noticed it says Conservation District Use Application, CDUA, in parentheses. It has a number next to it. It's HA-3568. That's the number for the permit.
That's the number that was assigned to the application?
So that's an application number.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I would want to put on the record as well, motion to strike TIO in Mr. White's direct testimony due to the TIO was not part of the CDUA at that time, and I can join with Mr. Kaiama and Mr. Ching on the last.
And I think I asked for that to be by way of a written motion so that I could see the legal basis.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're not looking at no papers now. How long, oh wait, hold on, you said 1 year. In the exhibit 31, select project, which is your exhibit, I noticed hold on. Oh, excuse me, it's 30. This is all the stuff that you had did, and you was on the bottom page, the last part, says select project in which you were the principal role, included all this 84 types of stuff you did, right?
I don't have that in front of me, so I'm sorry.
I don't have an extra copy for that.
This is A31?
830.
A30?
Which is his venue, I guess?
Oh, his...
I was guessing that, but I...
Yeah, you have 84 things in there that you had stated that you
Actually, we
did.
request the witness have a copy of the document to review.
Right. If you could show him a copy.
It printed a little... Yes, okay.
Is that your CV?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you know the answer to the question she asked? It shows 84 different things that you were party to.
I haven't counted the number. There are 2.5 pages of listings. So I've been working as an environmental planner since 1973.
So whatever the CV says it is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, can we return, do you need that?
No, you can hold on to it.
Okay.
That paper, there's 84 entries of things that you were principal party of. Is that true?
It says, yes.
It's not numbered, but I counted it. In any of those 84, did any of them go to contestant hearing cases?
This is the one I remember.
This is the only one out of 84. That's good.
And I'm pleased by that.
So your answer is? My question is, out of 84 of those, do you remember any of them going to contested case hearing?
None other than this.
Just this one we're in. Thank you. Okay, page, Exhibit A1.
Yes.
Can you read, that's 1 and 2, sorry. Can you read the highlighted area? Just the highlighted area?
Sure. This is an exhibit that's acronyms and abbreviations. The two that are highlighted are CDUA, which is the Conservation District Use Application, and CDUP, Conservation District Use Permit.
Can you tell me the difference in those two?
The application is something that an applicant prepares. The permit is something that the agency issues or refuses to, or denies if there's.
Okay. On the bottom of that page, on the right side next to page Roman number 5, what
Yes.
does that say?
It says Conservation District Use Permit Application.
What is the meaning? I mean, what is the meaning of that? I mean, I don't know. I'm getting a hard time distinguish the two top compared to this one because it's like all in one.
No, this document is the application. The application is a request for the permit. The list of acronyms are things, so one prepares an application requesting a permit. So this simply defines what those terms are.
So the bottom part says Conservation District Use Permit Application. That means that's 2 in 1? The
No,
word?
it's an application for the permit.
Got you. Does the CDUA is the subject matter of the HA 3568 for the 30-meter telescope and Mauna Kea Science Reserve, Ka'ohe Mauka, Hamakua, Hawaii, TMK, 3 in parentheses 4-4-005:009? You don't have any papers there.
I missed the question part of that.
Is the subject matter in this case related to the HA, the CUD HA-3568, which is the 30-meter telescope Mauna Kea Science Reserve located at Ka'ohe, Mauka, Hamakua, Hawaii, TMK, 3 in parentheses 4-4-005:009?
You know, I'm embarrassed. I don't have the application number in front of me, which is why I was pausing. It's from the words you said, sounds like my answer is yes, but I.
Okay. Okay, you have A1, right? Can you tell me the date that A1 page 3 was signed? I'm
looking at the CDUA Page 2 application form.
Page 3, the next one behind. It has a 3 circle on the top right-hand corner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your question, Ms. Freitas, is what date was this
Yes.
document signed?
Yeah, the A3 in the back.
This is the 3 up here that I thought you were referring to. Is that correct?
No, it's a contract. It's a permit thing. It was all in order when I gave it to you. 1, 2, 3. Then there's another 3. Maybe you got my stuff.
Yeah, this is the one that's you gave to me that was numbered 3. So now I am confused. So that is what I was actually referring to before, which is numbered pages 1 and 2 in the Conservation District use application, and the date at the top of the second page, which is the signature date, is September 2nd, 2010.
September 2nd, 2010. Thank you.
And this is
The other, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Okay, the page 3, the overview of the proposed use, A1, Exhibit A1.
This is the page you're referring to that I have up here?
Yes, yes. Can you read the highlighted area, please?
I can. It says, on behalf of the TMT Observatory Corporation, the University of Hawaii is seeking a Conservation District use permit, parenthesis CDUP, end parenthesis, from the State of Hawaii Board of Land and Natural Resources, parenthesis BLNR, end parenthesis.
Does this refer to TMK 34-4-015 ... 009 and HA 3-3568?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Freitas, I don't mean to be picky, but thank you for numbering these documents so it is easier for us to follow. But because they're not exhibits, and we haven't referred to them as exhibits in our record, when you go back, you're not going to know what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's Exhibit 1. On the left side, it's Exhibit 1 from the CDUA Conservation.
Right. So it's been helpful that you numbered them for us.
Oh, I see.
So, but we want to make a record that this witness just testified looking at Exhibit A1, page 1-5.
Oh, you want me to add the page?
Well, because later on, when you
Okay.
folks go back, you're not going to know what page he was
Okay.
looking at.
Thank
We
you.
see the number 3, but it won't be anywhere in your documents.
Okay.
So whereas when we refer to A1 and the page number, then you know what he was looking at.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
reference the page number. Thank you. Page 4, Exhibit A1. Can you read the highlighted area?
And for the record, this is page.
Oh, yeah. Page 1-7 on the CDUA.
Thank you.
So the highlighted area says, in addition to these facilities and activities, construction and operation of the TMT project will entail several other uses that do not require a new CDUP.
what does do not require a new CDUA means?
Says these include the use of existing roadways to transport construction workers and materials from the place where they live or landed on the island, use of existing bedrooms within the University of Hawaii mid-level support facility known as Hale Pohaku, and the construction and operation of support facilities in Hilo and elsewhere. All of these facilities are described in the final environmental impact statement for the 30-meter telescope project.
For the question I'm asking, other uses that do not require a new CDUP, that means there's nothing ahead that you guys need to apply for another CDUP is what I'm asking.
It says that for those facilities, you don't need a conservation district use permit. It doesn't say there aren't any other approvals needed.
So that's a no or yes?
The facilities that are described here are the facilities that require not in this section, or that are in this section, don't require a CDUP.
Don't. And is this CDUA subject matter to HA-3568, which is the Kaohe, Mauka, Hamakua, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, number 6, page number 6 of the CDUA A1 exhibit, page 3-5. Can you read that highlighted area as well?
Let me find your... I find one you have numbered 7. At the moment, I don't find the one that has 3, 4. I've got 2 others here that don't have a number in the upper right-hand corner.
Could you please read the highlighted area?
Yes. Under lichens, the highlighted area says a recent survey of Area E detected 10 species of lichens. There's a footnote to that, 16, which says this is relatively low for this elevation in Mauna Kea. This may be due to the fact that Area E is composed principally of solid lava flows rather than the mounds of rock that are more typical of other areas at approximately the same altitude. And then the other highlighted line there is under mosses. It says 2 species of mosses were detected during the recent botanical survey of Area E.
Is it true that the species in Area E considered threatened species? Or mosses?
When we wrote this, it indicates that it wasn't.
So that's a no?
That's a no.
So can you read the highlighted on the next page under Hawaii Revised Statute 195D-4, endangered species and threatened species, parentheses B and parentheses 2.
It says, in addition to the species that have been determined to be endangered or threatened pursuant to the Endangered Species Act, the Department, by rules adopted pursuant to Chapter 91, may determine any indigenous species of aquatic life, wildlife, or land plant to be an endangered species or a threatened species because of any of the following factors. And then there's a highlighted sub-element to that, which is number 2, which says overutilization for commercial, sporting, scientific, educational, or other purposes.
So do you think the species up in area E is threatened after reading that?
This is not my call to make. I'm not aware that it's been designated as threatened by the people who are responsible for that.
But aren't you the principal person for the CDUA?
But I'm not a person who makes these designations.
So you can't answer that.
I can't answer.
Thank you. Page 7 of that. Wait, hold on, let me get mine.
The 7 was another one that as I said, I have these.
Excuse me, there's no question pending to you. Let's wait for the question.
Oh, you don't have page 7?
Are you
Is that what
asking
you're
him
saying?
to
Yeah.
get page 7?
Yes, I'm
All
asking
right.
him, do you have page 7
N-
of
not-
the A-1, page 1-20 in the CDUA?
Yes.
You have page 7. Can you read the highlighted area, please?
Yes. UH also paid a $20,000 fine related to the non-compliance issues that had to do with respect to a violation of HA's 05-08, which was presumably a permit. And then the second one says on May 17, 2009, roughly 22.7 gallons of hydraulic fluid was released at the CSO, which is one of the facilities on the summit area. The spill was reported properly. Approximately 46.8 cubic yards of impacted soil was removed. That's the highlighted part.
Thank you. Is it true that there is a possibility of spills from all the hazardous material or other form of liquid that can spill?
There's always a possibility of a spill.
So is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Page, hold on. Isn't it true that Area E is made of solid lava flows?
It's relatively solid lava flows, yes.
So this, I want to go off of Auntie Poor case, which she had mentioned. She had asked, how big is this TMT telescope consist of? After researching in the EIS, I guess, it tells me it will be 3 football field big in diameter if you put 3 football fields together.
No, I think what you're referring to is the size of the site, the total site, and that much of that is not occupied by
Correct.
the facility or the observatory, sir.
But the structure itself
Is not that large, no.
is not 3 football field?
No, it's not.
Area E, because it's a lot of solid lava, will there be any liquid dynamite used in that area?
I've never seen any mention of dynamite being used.
So is that a no?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, hold on. Okay, isn't it true that the federal environmental impact statement has no regulations on all shipping of building material to TMT that is coming from all over the world to Hawaii for inspection of any invasive plants, invasive insects, or any sort of things that is not of this island, besides the USDA that we faithfully depend on.
I don't understand the reference to the federal EIS and me and the Conservation District use.
Well, you guys had mentioned about training in the CMP, or I think it was training people in education. There's a talk about wash down, so you don't take any invasive up, because they have a problem with some invasive things here.
They're trying to keep them off the mountain, yes.
My question is, because a lot of the material to build this TMT telescope is coming from all parts of the world, my question is, when they come here, is there any regulations in the EIS that they inspected very thoroughly so none of those things end up on our island? Because there is a problem with the USDA.
I'm not qualified to speak about the USDA. We did outline in the application procedures that would be followed for the inspection and cleaning of materials before they were brought onto the mountain, trying to provide layers of protection against concerns you mentioned.
Oh, so you guys did talk about that, but you guys did not talk about anything coming out of the Matson truck or the Matson container as well. It's a question, yes or no?
In our application, we did not.
Thank you. Because Mauna Kea is very unique to the ecosystem here, and we are very concerned what's coming into our state, especially from the countries. There's all kinds of stuff's coming in. Thank you. Okay, Exhibit 9. I think there's only one page, Exhibit 9.
What is it? I'm not.
Oh, you know what? You don't have it. That's the comprehension management plan. Sorry. On page Roman number 4, I don't have a copy of that. The executive area, Roman number 4.
I don't have a copy.
CMP isn't A1?
Objection. It's possible for the witness to know what the document is.
Can you show it to him?
I don't have it here, but I have a question about that because he's assigned to A9 exhibit.
Who's assigned to A9?
On his stuff, on all those exhibit that he's going to talk about.
So
let me get my paper. Hold on. On this, it's all the stuff that he has for his things that fall in line with his direct testimony.
Okay, I don't know what that is that you're holding up.
But this is what Tim sent to everybody. Which witness is saying, which witness has which exhibit?
Oh.
So he has exhibit 9.
So you're referring to Mr. Sanderson sent you a list of exhibits that the witness might be referring to.
Yes.
So you want to ask a question about exhibit
Correct.
A9?
Yes.
Okay, but if you're going to ask him a question, we've been trying to put the exhibit right in front of the witness, so in all fairness, they can look right at the document and answer your question. So you don't happen to have a copy of A9?
I don't have it. I ran out of ink. So I would think they would give him a computer or some sort of technology thing so he can just zoom right in. Because a lot of us don't have that kind of money to keep copying all this, and he's just the first witness so far. I can't be Xeroxing all those pages.
I'm not suggesting that you have to, but do you have a copy for yourself?
I don't have it. That's why I'm going to reference off of it.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you ask the question, but
Okay.
at some point, if it's not, the witness is unable to respond and answer fairly, then we may have to put a document in
Okay,
front
that's
of him.
fine.
All right, go ahead.
So in comprehension plan, executive summary, which is page 4, Roman numeral 4. Do you believe the people of Hawaii embraces the culture in the traditional contemporary culture significance of Mauna Kea?
I can't answer without, I don't know the context. I don't.
Okay, let me move on. The summary of Roman numeral 4 in the summary of the CMP, Comprehension Management Plan. It's just a summary.
And I presume that it's at the front of the document, but I don't have the document.
I ran out of ink.
Excuse me, Mr. Sinkin? What?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but I would like to enter an objection to the fact that the university presents a witness, says what exhibits they're going to testify to, and then won't give the witness a copy to look at while he's testifying.
Well, this is the first witness, and we have a lot of more witnesses to go through. And for me to print all those documents, it's going to put hardship on me. So at least give him a computer or something, just he can scroll fast. I have a $99 tablet here, and I can really work it. So something inexpensive for them, just so they can see the document, because I can't be Xeroxing all this.
Okay, you don't have to Xerox it, but typically if someone's going to ask questions and they know what they're going to ask questions about, they're the ones who would know which documents need to be there. That's what everyone has been doing. You anticipate that I'm going to be asking about A9, so...
I understand that, but this is just a first witness. We have many more to go, and I don't have that kind of money to keep giving them copies.
I understand. So all we're trying to do with this is to be sure that he's answering your question from the exhibit that you want.
Okay.
That's all we want to be sure.
So let me put it this way. Did you get a chance to read the Comprehension Management Plan?
We reviewed that plan when we were preparing the application.
So you did it?
Yes, I did.
You read
at
the
that
whole
time.
thing? Or you just reviewed sections that you need to review?
I looked at sections that I thought were relevant.
Okay. Well, in the document, I don't know how else to do this because, like I said, I ran out of ink and I have other questions pertaining to documents. I can say it. The Comprehension Management Plan would be mine. Yes, CMP.
Hang on, please. You're not being very helpful right now. Let me finish here. So you asked him if he looked at the document. He said yes. Then you asked the question. Did you get your answer?
Yes, he didn't. He only took out parts of it, and he didn't really read the whole thing.
Okay.
So I understand that.
So you have another question based on another exhibit or something else?
I still have 3 more questions based on the Comprehension Management Plan.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Do you believe that the people of Hawaii do their traditional and customary practice within the UH management area or access throughout Mauna Kea and gather, hunt, and ask for guidance to the spiritual ancestors?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know that the people of Hawaii use the whole mountain of Mauna Kea as an altar?
I know that some people in reports have been reported as doing that.
So is that a yes?
You said people. I was trying to say I know that some people do that. Yes to that.
I read in the OMKM is it true that they only have 2 rangers on duty daily? And would that be significant to protect the natural resources as well as the culture on the whole mountain of Mauna Kea?
Mr. Sanderson?
Direct.
It lacks foundation. How would this witness know that, or do you have some reason to?
Yes, it's to protect the culture and the natural resource.
How
in
would
Mauna Kea.
this witness know the answer to that question?
Oh, I wouldn't know how to put it. Besides what I get in out of all the reports that is through their stuff, through their exhibit.
Overrule the objection. Do you know the answer?
No.
No.
You do not know the answer?
No, I do not know the
So
answer.
that's a no. Thank you. Exhibit A10. I don't have any more exhibit. The Natural Resource Management Plan, page 2.1-4. It specifies, excuse me, did you read the Natural Resource Management Plan?
I read through the Natural Resource Management Plan. Yes.
Thank you. Page 2.1-4. It specifies lava, distinguish lava and how it forms. And on page 2.1-5, it specifies or give a description what is pohoihoi. In the Natural Resource Management Plan, it mentions pohoihoi and as well as and Ascor's rock. Can any of these rocks be put into its natural form after decommission of any observatories?
It will, to the best of my knowledge, it would not look exactly like it looked before if it was pohoihoi.
Sir, that's not the question. Can any of the rocks be put back into the place they were taken from? That's all she's asking.
Yes or no?
The rock can be put back, yes. I misunderstood. I thought you asked if it would be exactly the same.
The Culture Resource Plan. The Culture Resource Management Plan again. Does the debris physically damage or deface individual properties such as shrines or burials?
What was read the beginning again?
Does any debris physically damage or deface individual properties such as shrines or burials?
I don't understand what you're referring to by the term debris.
Debris means anything that's blowing in the wind, rather is rubbish coming out from the rubbish can up on the summit, because we have a high wind up there. Can it, you know, when it goes against shrines or going against any property up there that defaces it or damages? That's what I'm asking, or burial sites.
Question.
He means you're asking more than one question at a time. So the witness needs to answer one question.
Can any debris damage any or deface any individual properties, such as shrines, burial sites, or burial?
Speculation.
Do you understand the question?
I understand the question, I think.
Okay, please answer.
Large debris could, small debris, some of which you mentioned, paper, for example, wouldn't damage.
So that's a yes.
No, he didn't say yes. He answered your question with those words.
Paper, okay. Exhibit 8. To the OCCL staff report on CDUA HA-3569 for TMT. Or do you have page 8? Page. Do you have this exhibit?
Exhibit A8, page 34.
I don't know if I, was that in one of the ones you,
I gave one.
okay. Yes.
Could you please put it up on and read the highlighted area?
So this is labeled Table 8, projected observatories on Mauna Kea during current lease term. And what was highlighted under new facility was 30-meter telescope, so that was a +1. And then down below, also new facility is 30-meter telescope +1.
What does this mean?
It means the number of facility, the +1 means that there is a proposed 30-meter telescope that's proposed. This was a projection, and this is the decommissioning plan from Mauna Kea observatories according to the footer dated January 2010.
Can you please tell me where that sheet is from?
It says it's from the decommissioning plan for Mauna Kea observatories.
So is it at the bottom? Because I cannot see the bottom.
I'm
34.
So it's page 34 of the decommissioning plan. And the exhibit number, Ms. Freitas?
A-8.
Thank you.
Which is up.
So that was for, what was your answer?
Well, I read that there was a +1 for the 30-meter telescope. So the bottom line is total observatories in the Science Reserve approaching end of lease was 10, and that compares to the number that are there now, which I believe is 13.
Okay. So my question is this telling me it's supposed to be there, the telescope?
My reading of this table is that it's simply a tabulation of what would be there. It's their forecast.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to A-48. Mauna Kea Reserve Master Plan adopted June 16, 2000. Master Plan, can you tell me when was this 2000 Master Plan updated, if any?
I don't know.
So did you get a chance to read the master plan, the whole 2000 master plan?
A long time ago, yes.
Okay. So can you tell me that the 2000 master plan still lacks certainty and clarity and changes in the inconsistency between management plan over the years had resulted in a complex web of responsibility?
Question.
Overruled. He lacks foundation. Did this person write the master plan? What does he know about it? You're asking him a question about it.
Yes, I'm asking a question.
But he doesn't have the base. You haven't established that he has sufficient knowledge to answer that question for you.
Well, then I must be doing this. I must misunderstanding this process, because I thought every exhibit attached to the witness within the foundation was part of that, and that's why I kept going over all those exhibits to make sure I was in the realm of the foundation.
Well, the foundation of the exhibit is different from
the foundation on which you can ask a question. So,
Okay. Thank you.
do you know what I mean?
I'm learning.
Me too.
I'm learning the process.
Here's the example. If we put the Russian articles of incorporation in front of this witness, we just can't ask him about it if he knows nothing about it. That's the example. Someone may still offer it into evidence, right, because it is what it is, and maybe we don't want to challenge the foundation because it looks official, but it doesn't mean you can ask anybody about that exhibit. That person that you ask has to have some knowledge about it. That's the difference.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, isn't it true? Oh wait, hold on. So going off on Thursday, what Auntie PUEO case were saying about the raw material coming out of the ground when you unearth and do construction. According to what I'm reading, it's close or about to 1,729 square feet of raw material. And if I'm not mistaken, you said some of that material is going to go to off-grade the grade on the lower side of the plateau on the northern side. My question is, where does the rest goes?
So far as I know, they were expecting, planning, trying to keep a balance of cut and fill on the site so they wouldn't have to take anything off of the TMT site.
So did they come to a conclusion on that?
That was my understanding of the conclusion they reached.
So you're not sure then?
The last thing I read that they were going to balance the cut and the fill on the site.
So do you know when that should be coming out, or if that conclusion?
Well, construction plans are submitted to the department and must be, I believe.
Are you asking about the conclusion or about the construction?
The conclusion to his answer. When is it coming out where we would know where is the rest of my kupunas are going to go? Because my understanding, it may be...
I'm not asking for argument. I'm just trying to get clarification.
I want to know where is it going to go, the rest of the raw material, because there's a lot of constructions that's going to be going on, and they're going to unearth a lot of those raw material.
So is your question to him about the construction or the conclusions that were reached?
The conclusion part, if he knows if there's going to be any answer where part of this material is going to go.
As I said before, what I understand is that all of the material will stay on the site. It won't be carted away. It will be moved around on that site.
In Area E.
The site is in Area E, yes.
Thank you. Okay, hold on. Wait, let me get my tablet up. Hold on. You testified earlier that once built, Native Hawaiians and culture practitioners would not be able to access the site of the proposed TMT for traditional and customary practices because of the telescope will be there. Is that correct?
I said that there would be limitations on access to the building. I believe the representation was that access outside of the building that's not hazardous to people is not intended to be prohibited. during construction, I think where there is heavy equipment moving around, I believe the intention was to limit access to area where heavy equipment would be operating.
Thank you. You testified earlier that Native Hawaiians and culture practitioners could resume their traditional and customary practice at the site upon decommissioning. Is that true? Is that correct?
Yes.
In your preparation of the CDUA, did you consider traditional and customary rights of Native Hawaiians for cultural purposes?
Yes.
In your preparation of the CDUA, did you consider traditional and customary rights of Native Hawaiian for religious purposes?
Yes.
In your preparation for the CDUA, did you consider the traditional and customary rights of Native Hawaiians?
Yes.
In your preparations of the CDUA, did you consider traditional and customary rights of Native Hawaiians exercising or subsistence, culture, and religious purposes as stated in Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaiian Constitution, specifically that the state affirms and shall protect all rights, customary and traditional, exercise for subsistence, culture, and religious purpose, and proposed by A'apua tenants who are the descendants of Native Hawaiian who inhabited the Hawaiian Islands prior to 1778, subject to the right of the state of regulations, such rights.
Yes.
In your preparation of the CDUA, did you become aware of any documents which place a monetary value on Mauna Kea as a whole?
No.
The proposed rent for the TMT unit completed is $100K per year. Is that correct?
The scope of direct.
Is that in his direct testimony?
Yeah, he talks about contribution and finance to education and coming from the economy. So
Does it specifically say 100,000?
Yes.
In his direct?
Oh, no, in my findings.
In your findings?
Yeah.
Where did you find that?
I found them on the web.
Okay, so it's not in his direct testimony, right?
Well, I assume economic and contribution to education and all, I assume that was in that realm.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection. It's beyond the scope of his direct.
Do you agree that the proposed lease rate of $100,000 annual lease amount would indicate the mountain is valued by at least $100,000 rent per year?
Same objection.
Same ruling.
Yeah. Did you consider in your CDUA preparation that conservation land belonging to the public of Hawaii?
No.
Thank you. Visual sites. It mentioned in the EIS about on the Kona Coast, which is Hualalai, Waikoloa, there's a impact visual of 164 feet high from our distance, because I live on that side. And it would cause substantial impact on visual. My question is, did you guys look at doing this CDA and all the inserts from the EIS a lot thoroughly?
What was the last part of what you said?
By doing the CDUA and inserting things from the EIS on the visual impact, did you guys look only in that form and not look out of the scope by researching other areas?
We didn't do any separate visual analysis. We used the visual analysis that was in the final EIS.
Okay. Can you please state your education and experience that qualify you to determine the qualifications of the proposed land use as meeting the 8 criteria consistent with conservation use?
I have a master's degree in regional planning. I've been working as a planner in Hawaii since 1973. I've been involved in projects of all types. Have done various permit applications, resource conservation measures, park plans. I sort of looked at a wide variety of things.
So, do you have a degree in that area?
I have a master's degree in regional planning.
Distinguish between mitigation and avoidance of a problem which is most consistent with conservation as related to all protecting resources.
I don't understand the question. Could you word it a different way, please?
Let me think. Let's put it this way. Which is the most consistent with conservation as related to all protecting resources? Mitigation or avoidance?
Would you just say that one more time, please?
Which is most consistent with conservation as related to all protecting resources? Which is more consistent, mitigation or avoidance?
I think they're both consistent. As I testified earlier, one seeks first to avoid if one can, and if one can't, then one mitigates for the impacts one can't avoid.
Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Freitas, is your cross-examination going to be lengthy? All right, so we're going to wrap up for today and ask this witness to return tomorrow. Let's take care of some housekeeping matters, please. And I want to deal first with the documents. So you can have a seat.
Can you do that?
I'm sorry?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought I could stay up here and do the housekeeping.
Yes, Mr. Ching, what is it?
For clarification, on the motion I made the other day, I don't recall your saying anything about filing a written motion. However, I believe that you denied my motion and because of Mr. Sanderson's objection, and that you made it subject to, and I'm not using the real words you're using or you used, subject to his proving that his theory of succession of TIO, of TMT by CTIO is correct.
It could be that my recollection is faulty, but Mr. Kaiama had a similar motion.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I thought I had asked him to put something in writing so I could see it.
But well, I'm only talking for me at this moment. There was no mention of a written motion for me.
Yes, but I dealt with both yours and Mr. Kayama's motion because they're the same thing in the same way.
But you also mentioned relative to me that if Mr. Sanderson cannot prove what he argued, that I could bring the motion up again.
Okay? And if you, when you do so, or if you do so, I'm going to ask that it be done in writing so that I can see everything. It's hard for me to deal with it just orally like this. There's so much going on.
I understand, but I also think I understand the rule as allowing for oral motions.
What
And
rule?
this is the published rule, and I cannot presently refer you to the exact number.
I think I can take oral motions, and in this case, I'm asking for a written one.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Kealoha, you have something? I need to get to the housekeeping matters.
I just wanted to make a suggestion about the documents. Just like the witness has that projector, I think it would help very much if we could have another one here for presenting, because our digital papers or whatever we have, so everybody can see it. That's my suggestion.
You have your own machine.
If we could request one from wherever that one came from, it would be really helpful, I think. That's my suggestion. Where'd that one come from?
No, I mean, that's not my machine. I've never even seen something like that before. So,
but it helps a lot.
Yeah, it sure does.
We could sure use one up here.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you for the suggestion. So I'm concerned. Yes, Mr. Fergerstrom.
I've just received my documents that were referred to with Mr. White's testimonies. So, Harry Fergerstrom, I have just received my documents from the University of Hawaii, which are all the documents referring to Mr. White's testimony. I would like to reserve the right to be able to review them and renew my cross, because I was doing it without information. Same as Mr. Vicente has been given that
Mr.
privilege.
Vicente will speak for himself.
Okay, well, you gave him that same privilege. I'd like to ask for the same one.
Mr. Sanderson?
Properly served, Mr. Fergerstrom, with a thumb drive and that he was perfectly capable of putting into the computer that he has here with him, could have reviewed it at any time. So he has not been privileged, and there's no reason for him to recross.
Mr. Sanderson, but what about Mr. Vicente?
We note that Mr. Vicente files documents electronically and with the aid of a computer. So we also provided him with a thumb drive. He could either have used it on the computer that he files his documents with, or he could have taken it to a printing facility, plugged it in, and printed whatever documents he needed.
And when did you provide him with the thumb drive?
I believe it was on October 11th, which was when we were ordered to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Vicente?
He did not provide me with that, a thumb drive.
You didn't get a thumb drive?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? Mr. Sanderson, did you provide one to Mr. Fergerstrom as well?
I've been corrected. We did not provide him from that.
But you gave one to Mr. Vicente.
Pardon me, I need to go correct and find out exactly what we did.
Okay, well, I'll just have to deal with it as it is. So, Mr. Vicente?
Dwight Vicente. I was given a thumb drive, but from the beginning, I requested hard copies. I don't have no electronics, and whatever was sent out by email wasn't done by me. It was done by somebody else, so on my behalf.
All of the documents that you have submitted are in typewritten form.
Yes.
Is that done by you or someone else?
Two fingers mine. The rest is somebody else.
I see. And then, so you put it together and then someone sends it to the department for you?
Pretty much.
And are you able to access the computer that's used for that purpose?
No.
And do you now have all of the hard copies?
That I'm not sure of. I received copies. The last copies I received was 2:40 today, this afternoon. But I haven't reviewed it, so I don't know what's missing from there.
How are you going to know what's missing?
The witnesses list and the document list.
So how did you get that?
I received that in the mail originally.
You got it from everyone?
From the UH I'm talking about.
Okay, because...
You're talking about the other people. I didn't receive anything
You didn't get anything from Mauna Kea and Idaho.
Not since Werderman left.
So what about all the exhibits that have been uploaded to the document library for purposes of the hearing? Like,
I don't have.
you don't have?
None. Some people never responded to hard copies, or if they did, some didn't.
Okay.
Then they send a different address on top of that. So, another thing I want to point out is I entered this contested case hearing waiving the $100 fee. So I'd like to waive the fee for the stenographer.
That's not within our jurisdiction. We don't, this is private business that the court reporter.
Well, maybe she can, on her own, waive it then. I won't be able to afford it.
Well, you know, it's kind of like if you're in court in a civil case, the transcripts are the transcripts. We have to pay for them or we don't get them. That's what happens.
This case has been a lot of talking and not much paperwork, so.
It's been a lot of everything.
Yeah.
All right, so let me think about this for a moment. First, I want to make a survey of everybody to make sure that I understand what's happened here. So, Mr. Sanderson, I want you to make the representation of what hard copies were given to who, when. Okay, Mr. Lui Kwan. I'm going to go person by person, so you can have a seat. Hard copies?
So Judge Amon, Judge Amon, I'll explain about the hard copies that we actually provided these two gentlemen. But first of all, we actually served thumb drives on Mr. Vicente back on the 11th when we sent
he
off
acknowledged that.
So we sent him one. So the issue with Mr. Ferguson only came up last week Monday. If you remember, where he actually noted that he was unable to use his computer because he's having computer trouble. We then sent a thumb drive then. So last week he was mailed. We can do an affidavit by our associates at Honolulu that actually mailed it to him. So they both have thumb drives. And again, at the time we served Mr. Ferguson back in the 11th, he was still on electronic service. We had no notice that we were to serve him by mail, right, of any hard copies. So when it came up in the hard copies last week, Thursday, following the hearing in the housekeeping matter, we actually ordered the printing of 2 sets, complete sets of the UH documents, all the exhibits, and had it actually printed in 2 different sets, both in Honolulu and in Hilo. And it's finally finished this afternoon at 2 o'clock. We delivered the complete sets of all of our documents, all of our exhibits, 1 set to Mr. Vicente and 1 set to Mr. Fergerstrom.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kealoha or Ms. Ward, whoever wishes to go next. I want to know what's been sent to Mr. Vicente and Mr. Fergerstrom.
Not send hard copies to these
I'm sorry,
gentlemen.
Ms. Lily.
Okay, and I will, the only thing I want to say is there is one document that's really used as draft EIS. So if I could ask forbearance from them, you know, it's over 500 pages, and for us to reproduce it, we downloaded it as a governmental record that doesn't require that we produce the hard copy. And I stated it when I did it with the filing with Mr. Kane. So, I mean, if forced to reproduce that 1 copy, we'll do it, but it's huge.
Well, the only one I'm worried about, because Mr. Fergerstrom does have access to the computer, I'm worried about Mr. Vicente. So if you can please make a copy of that, unless it's already been produced by the university.
We do have some duplicates, Your Honor. What I'll do is I do have thumb drives. So I can go out and have our exhibits reproduced at our expense for Mr. Vicente. Where is Mr. Vicente? We can reproduce them for you at our expense.
Okay.
And we'll get it to him. My problem is I don't have my office here, so we'll make arrangements.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Fergerstrom, may I ask you, is it okay if they send it to you electronically?
As I've mentioned in the very start of this hearing, I cannot depend on my electronics. I live off-grid, so I don't have the same access to, like Mr. Lui Kwan seems to think I have, and I did not receive a hard copy, a disk drive from them.
I'm asking you about Mauna Kea, Anainaho, and Kahea. So you want them to reproduce everything for you as well, hard copies? They're going to do it for Mr. Vicente.
Jeez, wouldn't be very fair if I didn't agree with that.
So you want them to do that, yes or no?
Sure.
Is that yes?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Ng? Sorry. Mr. Shinyama, rather?
Yes, Judge. I believe Mr. Vicente has already acknowledged that we did serve him with hard copies of our exhibits, and I believe we did so for Mr. Fergerstrom as well.
Okay, so you've already served, and you will continue to do so, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Then, and I'm sorry, Ms. Aluli, to trouble you, but were you speaking also for Mauna Kea, Anainaho's individuals, or shall I ask the individuals? Because we need to make sure we have a clear record.
Excuse me, Your Honor, of the exhibits?
Yes, copies of the, only for Kahea.
Your Honor, we submitted combined exhibits to the extent that we have a certain number of exhibits. I think they're up to exhibit number 43. Well, no, but the enumerations are up to exhibit B-43. We will produce those for both gentlemen at our own expense.
Well, it's not just the exhibits, because there are 183 submissions, because there were...
Well, we have all of our direct witness testimony.
Exactly.
Yes, they're all counted in that number, Your Honor.
Okay.
There are 183 altogether.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
But they have submitted some additional exhibits since we went separately.
We need to talk about that.
Yes.
Okay. We need to talk about that next, but not right now. I just want to, as to the issue of copies to those two individuals, is your representation something that I can rely on for everyone? For Mauna Kea, Anainaho, and the individuals, or do you want me to ask them individually?
Ask them individually for the exhibits that they submitted separately, which was yesterday.
Okay, Ms. Ward. Have you sent hard copies to Mr. Fergerstrom and to Mr. Vicente?
No. And the reason is that we live on the same island, and the reason is that when we have discussed in person with those two individuals, they have indicated to us that if there's something they need to see, they will ask us. It was not my understanding that we actually needed to mail those documents, and if it is something that we need to do, we can do so. But it had not been my impression prior to this that that was the case.
And I was not aware of that understanding that you folks had, but you hear what I hear.
Yeah.
So we're going to need to have all the hard copies
That's right.
to them, as well as future hard copies of things that are submitted.
That's correct.
Can
I'm
you
afraid
please do
that's
that?
true. Yeah, we can. It's a very large additional expense, as you can imagine.
Yes, ma'am. We tried to do it electronically with thumb drives and everything else. We even have a website that you folks can access.
Which is really
Everyone
good,
can access.
and it's working really well, and I credit Mr. Kane with working very hard
Yes.
for it.
Yeah, and we really, it's by design so that it keeps everything as, efficient and inexpensive as possible. But there are folks who don't have a computer and access, so we're going to need to ask
Yes.
that you accommodate that.
I would like to apologize for not doing that sooner, but my understanding was different.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Pishota?
Yeah, our understanding was different, but we can do it.
Okay, thanks very much. Mr. Ching?
Clarence Ching. Your Honor, I also live off the grid. I do not have internet at my house. Most of my work for this matter is done in the public libraries, which, among other things, don't open on holidays and weekends, so I am somewhat penalized by that. We have been parties represented by Mr. Werdeman, and I expected, and I guess that was the way it was set up, that Mr. Werdeman would have submitted the hard copies for all of his clients until he left the scene. Since then, I have only filed one copy of anything, which is my WD key, and I will forward a paper copy to both of these gentlemen participants.
Well, it appears that maybe Mr. Werdeman didn't send everything by hard copy to Mr. Vicente and to Mr. Fergerstrom, and so it needs to be sent to them. I'm also concerned that you may not be getting everything. Are you asking for hard copy as well?
I have not done that yet, and at this point I'm not contemplating it. But I believe that when we were represented by Mr. Werdeman, he was only obligated to send one set for all of us to all the parties. So
Yes.
I don't know that we have to do all these sets at this time except for those sets or those documents that have been filed since Mr. Werdeman withdrew.
Mr. Ching, if the documents were not sent by Mr. Werdeman, you are obligated to send it
I
to the
understand.
other parties.
But my point is that it would be one set instead of 6.
I'm just talking about 2 sets, one to Mr. Fergerstrom and one to Mr. Vicente.
Yes, but my point is that when Mr. Werdeman represented all 6 of us, he was only obligated to send one set to each of the parties.
Right.
But not 6 sets, as we are at present.
Don't send 6 sets of anything to anybody. I don't think anyone needs that many.
Well, no, I mean from 6 of us who are now individual participants.
Whatever was submitted before on your behalf or by you, you're obligated to have copies, hard copies, to Mr. Fergerstrom and Mr. Vicente.
I understand.
That's all I'm asking. So that needs to be rectified as soon as possible. And going forward, I think I heard you say you're okay with sending whatever you submit on your own behalf to those individuals by hard copy.
I think that we can agree to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Case, for the Case Flores Ohana.
If I'm understanding correctly, I believe that our former lawyer did send everything before he left to them. So I just conferred with my husband, Kalani, and I believe that we have either mailed or hand-delivered anything we have filed after his departure to both of them.
Okay, so do you know when that was sent? Because Mr. Vicente hasn't received anything. What? Okay.
Yeah, so I think we're good here.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Case. And Ms. Aluli, you've already spoken for Kahea.
Well, and for the combined group, Your Honor, we have that voluminous, humongous
All right, thank you. Mr. Fergerstrom, you have anything else to say on this issue?
I might have said this before, but because I just receiving this information, I would like to reserve the right to cross-examine Mr. White
I heard
on
you.
this material. Thank you.
Ms. Kihoi? No, ma'am. I need to ask you. Did you send hard copies of everything you submitted to Mr. Vicente and to Mr. Fergerstrom?
No, I did not.
You need to do that.
Okay.
Can you do that, please?
Absolutely.
And when can you do that by?
I can talk with them. I can try and get as much as I can by this week. Tomorrow.
Okay, maybe by Saturday, is that okay?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll talk with them too
Okay.
also to confirm.
Well, it's not a matter of somebody's going to say, well, no need.
Okay.
It's going to be required of everybody because I can't have this pop up down the road.
I understand. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Mr. Kanuha? Did you send copies of whatever you may have submitted to Mr. Vicente and to Mr. Fergerstrom?
No, I didn't.
You did not. And can you please do that?
I will hand deliver to them by the end of this week.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And then going forward, please be sure, I know we're all kind of doing it electronically, but for those two, I'm asking that you also include hard copies. Thank you. Mr. Kamar is not here. Mr. Kamar is not Mr. Kamar. Mr. Ashida?
Your Honor, when this issue came up last week, I texted my office and confirmed that we have been sending hard copies to Mr. Vicente. I again emailed them just a few moments ago, and they said that hard copies were sent to both Mr. Vicente and Mr. Fergerstrom. If they, for the record, we didn't submit any exhibits. It was just witness lists and witness statements. I invite Mr. Vicente and Mr. Fergerstrom to come talk story with me after. If they did not receive it, I'll have copies here tomorrow if they want.
Thank you. Ms. Sleightholm? Did you send hard copies to those two individuals?
I did not.
And would you mind please sending or bringing hard copies for them?
Sure. Could I do it by next week, Sunday or Monday, though? We're going to be here all week here, and then we have some things on Friday.
Yes, I understand. Monday would be fine.
Yeah, at the latest.
Okay, that's true for everybody. Monday is fine.
Mahalo.
Okay. The UH has already done theirs, and I expect we'll be doing their witnesses, so Mr. Vicente and Mr. Fergerstrom should have all the necessary documents from the university already. So, I'm sorry? Oh, no. My point being that they have other witnesses. So all the documents have already been, hard copies been provided to Mr. Vicente and to Mr. Fergerstrom. So they should be able to prepare for tomorrow and the other witnesses. Okay. And Mr. Sinkin.
Your Honor, to my knowledge, we are the only party that served everything on everybody up until the last minute of the October 11th. We have not yet served October 11th on Mr. Fergerstrom or Mr. Vicente.
But Mr. Vicente said he hadn't received anything from anybody.
Oh, I think he would confirm that we always send him everything, except for this final document, which we will get to him before Monday.
All right. So I'm primarily concerned about the direct testimony of your witnesses, the witness list, the exhibits.
Right.
Those are the things that are, actively involved during our hearing.
Right.
And of course, all the other things as well, but still.
We will take care of it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sinkin. And Mr. Kanaele had to leave to go to work, but I'll try to remember tomorrow to ask him about that as well. And Mr. Kealoha?
To the best of my knowledge, well, Kamahana Kealoha speaking for the recorder. To the best of my knowledge, I believe I sent it to the addresses they asked for, but I'm not sure if it was received, so would you guys let
All
me
right,
know?
so you think you've sent the hard copies to them?
I know I sent it towards them.
Okay, so later on, maybe you can confirm they got it.
Yes.
And then going forward, you have any problems sending them hard copies as well as the electronic?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kealoha. And then Ms. Freitas?
Cindy Freitas. I have been sending copies, hard copies, except for the evidentiary hearing stuff. So I will hand it over to them tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's I don't remember if you have a lot of exhibits, do you? Because I know there's cost involved in providing.
Yeah.
So we need sets of your hard copies for Mr. Vicente and Mr. Fergerstrom.
Correct.
Okay, and going forward, you will provide hard copies.
Correct. To the best of my ability.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Freitas.
And I wanted to ask, can I revise my my testimony?
Why don't you go ahead and submit it? And then, is there a reason why you needed to revise it?
Well, I did not know how to write it, and I left out a lot of stuff.
Okay, and so...
I can submit it. I did submit it, but I need to revise it.
And that's for yourself?
Yes, only for me.
And
that's it.
When do you think you could have that submitted?
Probably in 2 days.
How about Monday?
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. Your husband made me do it. Mr. Freitas, copies of all of your documents. I know you've submitted separate from Mrs. Freitas, so
Yeah.
can you make sure that all the hard copies are given to Mr. Vicente and to Mr. Fergerstrom?
Yes.
And going forward as well?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
One thing I didn't get to put in, besides my pre-hearing statement, was the request for video conference with my witnessing Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah, you know, I thought about that, and I don't know how we're going to do it. Even by Skype, we would need to have Skype capacity. I mean, electronically, this place, technologically, this place, this Crown Room, is not fitted for that. So unless you can figure out a way to bring the technology here, you know, and make sure that it works, I don't see how we're going to do it, because there's so many parties. And the person who's testifying would want to see the parties. The parties will want to see the person who's testifying.
Yes.
So
I understand.
Yeah.
So I'll try to see how we can work that out.
All right.
If there's a way I can work it out, I'll put a request in.
Sure.
And instructions on how I can work it out.
Right. That witness isn't going to testify to quite a ways down, but
Yes.
I encourage you not to wait till the last minute, because if we can figure something out now and plan for it, we have a better shot of having it go smoothly.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
I'll work on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Vicente, you have anything else for yourself today?
Now I'm going to rest. Figure it out tomorrow.
I need you to come to the microphone, please.
Dwight Vicente. The witness that I partially crossed, I'm going to have to do him tomorrow, and hopefully I can read tonight what I can. I guess I'll have to limit my cross on him.
You don't have to limit your cross.
Going to have to if I'm going to do him tomorrow. There's a lot of reading to do.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. So you and Mr. Fergerstrom are the only two that claim you didn't have your
the direct testimony in writing and other exhibits. So if you are, because this witness is still on the stand and Mr. Freitas is the last person to cross-examine, if you wish to, if you're prepared to go forward tomorrow, that's fine. If after reviewing the direct testimony in writing and the exhibits, you feel you need more time, then I will allow this witness to end his testimony subject to recall.
Okay.
And then if you look at it and you give me a good reason why you need to recall this witness because you didn't have time to look at the exhibits or whatever the reason is, then we'll have him recalled at the appropriate time. That's, I think, a fair process for yourself. Okay?
But I still need to do the motion on the not being served by the UH, so
Within the, okay.
on time. That's what brought about all this, so.
Wait, they just served, it's all served now, right?
Well, I have to review the record, or what's in the box, I should say.
Okay. Yeah, please do that. So don't wait until the end because the UH is putting on its case right now. Now is the time to be raising issues. If
Well, I got to
if
make
you
sure
have
all the
any.
direct testimony is in, too.
Yes, and you.
I don't know how many witnesses they have, but.
Well, I guess you'll figure it out. All right.
All right.
So, moving forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Kamara.
Kanuha.
Oh, Mr. Kanuha, I'm sorry.
Hokai, I just have a question. Will I be able to, I didn't hear my name called today. I know I was not present last week, on Thursday. Will I have the ability to cross-examine tomorrow?
What was the reason you were absent on the day that, frankly, you would have been called?
Do you want me to give you my reason now, or do you want me to write it up? Because I can kind of get a little detailed with it.
You kind of what? Sorry?
I said I can kind of give you a very detailed version of why I haven't been present, but it might be better to maybe write it up instead of take time here explaining it.
If you can summarize it, I can make a decision about whether you get to ask questions tomorrow or not.
Okay, I have a few different reasons. One is moving out of a house 1 week. One is moving up to another house another week. One is being slammed with a master's program that I was not enrolled in when I entered this contested case hearing. I was off island for a week on Mauna Kea and Oahu for cultural practices as well as a work conference. I think that, I mean, without going into details of what those things consist of.
Because you were not present, I think, on October 3rd, October 17th, October 20th.
So what happened was
you came at 9:32 today.
I received the notice. I wasn't present for the site visit. I believe at the end of September 26th, if I'm not mistaken. I wasn't present then, but I received the notice in the mail. I believe it was a minute order. I can't recall the number, stating that the contested case hearing was to begin on the 11th, and I believe that changed.
Did you get the minute order?
I got that one that said it was on the 11th.
Sir, there was a minute order that set a pre-hearing conference for October 3rd. And at that point, you would have been up to speed on everything else.
I think that's the one that I wasn't aware of that. I received a text that morning asking if I was going to be there, and that was the first I had heard. I'm not sure if I got the notice and didn't see it, or if it got lost in my email, which I just recently made a motion to switch my email so that I can have a more clean email box and not get so confused at the amount of emails coming in. But I wasn't aware of that hearing, which is why I didn't show up, and not attending really set me back and disconnected me from this case. And I've been really, really lost up until this past weekend, where I kind of got caught up to speed with some of the individuals. So that's where I'm at right now.
All right, I'm going to accept that as a good legal reason to give you an opportunity for cross-examination of this witness tomorrow. You'll follow Mr. Freitas. You need to make sure you look at the direct testimony so you know what this witness has testified about.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you've missed the cross-examination from many, many good questions that were asked of this witness. So, but that's what happens when people don't show. Now, for everyone's purposes, I make I ask for appearances at the start of the hearing, but I do not keep track after every recess. And I know that some people have had to leave and what have you, and they do so voluntarily. And I think, as you note already, Mr. Kanuha, when you're not here, there is some loss. Now, Mr. Kanaele told me he was leaving for work this afternoon, and he mentioned that he would be following the afternoon proceedings on Naleo. So that's an option as well.
Yeah, I understand. I was just not being here really, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a preschool teacher. I don't do this for a living. So I'm really, every minute that I'm here, I'm learning.
Sir, this is a tough place to be.
I understand that. So I'm just saying, I'm figuring it out.
Just a minute. But I'd rather be here than in a preschool. I'm just telling you. So you got a tough job.
Depends what side you're on.
All right.
But yeah, so that's where I'm at. So tomorrow I'll go ahead with cross-examination.
All right, very good.
Mahalo nui.
Thank you. And let's see if tomorrow, and I apologize to the university that we're running later than I hoped. Tomorrow, after Mr. White is done, who does the university intend to call?
So, Judge Amano, we originally asked to take Dr. McLaren out of order last week, you recall, because he would be gone after today.
Yes.
We're going to have to take him out of order again. He was not able to testify. So we will begin tomorrow with, after Mr. White is finished, we would all follow up with James Hayes.
And I really expect that the pace of our examination will pick up because I think folks are learning a little bit more about what scope of examination means. And also it would be very helpful if our witnesses listened to the questions and answered them so that we can move forward in a timely and predictable way. So I'm just asking everyone to sort of...
So noted.
Yeah, please. So Mr. Hayes, I guess you have no confidence that we're going to finish him?
I have no confidence we will be finished with Mr. Hayes tomorrow.
Just in case.
Then we have, we do have Dr. Hasinger.
All right. So for tomorrow, let's prepare for Mr. Hayes and Dr. Hasinger.
Correct.
All right. And so are there any exhibits, particular exhibits that folks should take a look at?
We have them already listed. We submitted it last week for when we submitted our first 5 witnesses. And I think Dr. Hasinger's exhibits are actually on the second list we just submitted on Friday.
All right. Thank you. All right. Ms. Freitas, then Ms. Aluli, Ms. Ward, and Ms. Peixoto.
May I request?
Excuse me.
What?
I'm sorry, Ms. Freitas.
Oh, that's okay. Cindy Freitas. May I request that every witness have some kind of electronic monitor so they can view the documents as we go along? Because there's a lot of documents in there that I cannot make copies for all the time.
When your witnesses are going to testify, will you be able to do that with your witnesses?
Oh, yes. I'll give them my $99 tablet. Of course. I will do that. Thank you.
That's a good suggestion.
That way we eliminate paper.
Well,
I mean, for that moment, just for that moment.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
So, Ms. Aluli?
Your Honor, I was going to say the same thing. Tomorrow, rather than, I think, I'll bring my iPad. And if the witness, Mr. Hayes, doesn't, I don't know why the university doesn't, since this is their witness and they have identified the exhibits for which they are laying foundation, I am stumped why they wouldn't have these folks able to address those exhibits. But be that as it may, I'm going to bring my iPad and they can flop it up there.
And I'm not here to defend anybody, but I will say that it was never my expectation that the witnesses would have to avail themselves of all the exhibits but I see now that maybe that's a good thing that we can try to do. As long as it applies to everyone, we're fine with that.
And Judge, I mean, the website worked perfectly.
Yes.
And the Wi-Fi is fantastic, so there's no reason why they can't do it that way.
Except that people have to have an extra electronic gadget
Right.
to do it. All right. Ms. Ward, you had something? Got to write it down. Ms. Pishota? Okay, very good. And I'm going to note the presence of Mrs. Holi. Good afternoon, Mrs. Holi. And I just want to ask you, is it your intention to be a witness in this case? You do wish to be a witness. Is it okay with you if I put you at the end? All right, thank you. Yes.
Aloha, Mehana Kihoi. I just wanted to request for a little bit more time. I'm still waiting for a testimony from one of my witnesses who is out of state, and just if I can have a few more days to submit that.
Well, why don't we see when you get it, and you can tell me why you have to submit it late.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ward?
It's called Halfheimers. I wanted to ask since we're supposed to have 48 hours notice about who's going to be in the witness list, and we've had several changes over time, I'm wondering if the university would be willing to provide their estimation for who would be available the following day after Mr. Hayes and Mr. Hasinger, Dr. Hasinger.
I'll ask.
Thank you.
Ms. Pashota, something else for you?
I just wanted to repeat this, pretty much the same thing. We were asking for that 48-hour rule.
Yes.
And so Hasinger is not, we don't have 48 hours on that one either. So we were
Oh, you
preparing
do?
for.
Because he was supposed to testify today, so you should be prepared.
Is that true? Oh, okay. I just want to maintain that though, because it.
Yes. Well, if we went back and looked at all the names, I mean, the assumption would be everybody would be prepared for 6 witnesses. So, in any event, I'm satisfied. Mr. Ng, hang on a second, Mr. Lui Kwan.
Thank you, Douglas Singh for TIO. Judge, you know, it's gone way slower, so I've had to readjust flight arrangements for my clients and for others. So it's very, very difficult to try to schedule. Now, I have noticed, though, that over the past 2 days of hearings, there have been about 60 people here on a daily basis. And if that's the case, I would just request that Dale and I try to find another venue that might be available in November. It does not have to be this room. There's not 100 people in attendance. So that's a request I'm making of the hearing officer. Thank you.
I'll pass that on to the state, and I can almost assure you we're so lucky the day we get a room for 70, we'll have 150 people waiting outside. It's just the way it is. Mr. Lui Kwan?
So, Judge, as far as our list, we have submitted the first 10. They're in order as we set them out. Again, the only one we took out of order again is Dr. McLaren, who can't be here this week. We are going to have to finish both Dr. Hasinger and Mr. Baybayan this week, because he'll be gone next week.
Okay, so tomorrow we have Hayes and Hasinger. Who do you plan for Wednesday?
It's on the list, Judge, that we actually submitted. We have the order of the witnesses.
Well, the
I
order
believe it follows Dr. Hasinger is, yeah, it's Kalepa Baybayan, and following.
The last one?
Baybayan, B-A-Y-B-A-Y-A-N.
And?
Following Mr. Baybayan, it is Stephanie Nagata.
Nagata.
And then in that same list, I think it's Mr. Klasner.
All right, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
The preceding program was a production of Naleo TV.